right around Huntley. He reaches. Oh, that ball's out. That's live. Back the other way. Sam Hubbard, the Cincinnati Kid. Hubbard's got a convoy. Chased by Andrews. At the 30, the 20. He will score.
To the end zone, down the field, and it is deflected and gone. Touchdown, A.J. Green.
Homer goes back to throw. Men are coming late. Looks right down the middle. There's Eddie Brown. He has it at the 35 to the 30. He may go 10-5. Touchdown.
Now the Bengals Super Bowl chances rest on his right foot. The kick is up.
Yeah.
It is good.
Corey Dillon, he's gone. The knockout punch, you're looking at it. 65 yards.
And they're back to throw as the blitz is on. Goes long, intended for Collinsworth. He has it down to the 20. Touchdown. And Chris Collinsworth.
Touchdown! Wow, Chase is on the case!
It is no fluke. It is a fact. The Cincinnati Bengals are headed to Super Bowl 56. The play clock at 3. Shotgun snap. Carr throws into traffic. Intercepted. Jermaine Pratt has the football.
Yeah.
Coffin nails.
Bam, bam, bam! How about that?
Welcome in, Chatterbox Bengals. I'm Craig Sandlin. He's Andrew Collinsworth. Welcome in to the live Bengals versus Bears watch-along and recap show. Obviously, Bengals and Bears just about half an hour away from kickoff, but for the second straight week, we start this week's show with sad news in Bengals country. Bob Trumpy passed away yesterday. Trumpy spent his entire professional career with the Cincinnati Bengals, was a two-time Pro Bowler, two-time AFL All-Star, and in 2017 was named to the Cincinnati Bengals 50th anniversary team as the lone tight end representative in that team. Went on after his playing career to have potentially an even more decorated career as a broadcaster, working for WLW amongst other sports channels. Had tours with the PGA, the Olympics, had a daily show on WLW, was an analyst for Sunday Night Football on Westwood One for 8 years. And was certainly, as I was telling Reid before we went live today, was certainly one of the voices of my childhood. In 2014, he was a recipient of the Pete Rozelle Radio Television Award, which is given out by the Pro Football Hall of Fame for lifetime achievement in NFL broadcasting. Trumpy was just 80 years old. Our thoughts are with his family and friends. All right, Andrew, we turn to what's been a bit of a whirlwind of 2 weeks for the Cincinnati Bengals, especially on the defensive side of the ball. Obviously, last week we get news that the Bengals defense has had a players-only meeting. Since then, Logan Wilson has requested a trade. Mike Pennell has requested and was granted his release. McKinley Jackson, a third-round draft pick in 2024, has requested his release or trade as well. A lot going on here, Andrew, and similar things happened when Lou Anarumo came in. A lot of changes happened defensively at that point. Are we reading too much into this with Al Golden coming in and trying to put his stamp on this defense, or is there something more behind the scenes that we need to be worried about, you think?
I don't think that I don't think it's something that we shouldn't not be worried about, if that makes sense. Like I don't necessarily think that we should sit here and be like, why is this happening? But at the same time, like, if you don't have your guard up to this type of thing, then I think that you probably should, because it is a little concerning. But it's kind of like you said, when coordinators come in, they play their guys, they find who they want to develop and who's going to be a part of the future and whatnot. And so we're just kind of seeing in a different era where players have more say-so in where they end up playing and if they want to leave and all these kinds of things, whereas maybe 10 years ago, like we saw with the Carlos Dunlap incident, I mean, that he obviously was disgruntled at the end of his time here. And so we're kind of seeing a similar thing. And it's getting to the point now where more and more players are feeling comfortable, requesting trades and whatnot. I think people used to be a little bit scared to publicly request a trade because it might mean that you're the bad apple in the group or whatever. But now it's just so commonplace that nobody's really afraid to put that out there. And so I think that's why we're seeing more. And obviously the Bengals have had their struggles defensively. Al Golden certainly has his work cut out for him in figuring out how to get this unit to play more cohesively. And I think sometimes you have a little bit of addition by subtraction, and obviously you want things to work out with the players on the roster. But at this point in time, you got to start looking other ways.
I think that's a good point. This is a time where it's much more acceptable to view this as a business. It was in the past, this was a sport. It was meant to be entertainment. It was fun, but more and more, especially from the player side, you're hearing about the business of the NFL and how obviously we've known for as long as we've been fans that at any point a team can cut ties with a player, but a player has always been kind of tied to the team. And you're seeing a lot more now where teams are respecting players' perspectives as well. We don't have final numbers on it, but, it's interesting. Mike Pennell came in with an NFL contract, and as part of his release, they had to negotiate some sort of buyout where the Bengals paid him some amount of money. We don't know what that was. I would assume that it was negotiated pretty low since Pennell is the one that won it out. But it is still funny to me that, a guy asked for his release or his trade and that he can be granted it, and the team that does it may have to pay them based on their contract. And it's also interesting that Pennell, who very clearly wanted to go back to Kansas City, wasn't just traded to Kansas City for something, whether it be cash considerations or a late round draft pick or something of that nature. But yeah, it is. It's definitely a different time than when I was younger and following this really closely. And maybe I just don't remember it, but you certainly didn't hear about these reports as much as you do nowadays. And maybe that's because reporters are more tied in than ever. But maybe it's just because the players are more willing to talk about it, and things like that getting out in the public help push kind of the narrative in terms of what they're looking to accomplish. So definitely interesting. I am in the boat where this can be an early sign of things crumbling in a locker room. And I think that's obviously a concern for everybody, is especially when one of your captains, and Logan Wilson is one of the ones that's out there requesting the trade. I think that can certainly signal something, but more likely than not, I think it's probably not that, just based on what we're hearing from most of the players in terms of the media outside of those trade requests. Guys stepping up, trying to be leaders, trying to help, trying to do what they can to help this football team win football games. And it doesn't seem like they feel like they are out of contention yet. And we'll get into today's game with the Bears in just a moment. But first, I want to take a look back to last weekend and what was one of, if not the most disappointing loss of the Zach Taylor era, if not ever, Andrew.
Yeah.
Jets come in 0-7. Turmoil in the ownership group and the quarterback group, and this Bengals team allows Justin Fields and this Jets team to come in and put up 39 on them last week. Take a look at the. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was an impossible watch there at the end of that game, and we talked about it at halftime. Kind of like we still felt good at half. You thought, okay, Jets defense put together some of the best drives of the season, and they scored 13 points. So you thought that the Bengals defense would be able to pick it up in the second half. It was a hard watch.
Yeah, the Bengals got out to a 10-0 lead before the Jets got a field goal to get on the board, but 4 different points in this one. The Bengals led by 14 or more points, 5 actually, if you count double digits in total. But the Jets, as you mentioned, 2 late touchdowns, including 2 two-point conversions. And with just a minute 54 to play, Justin Fields finds Mason Taylor in the back of the end zone for a touchdown and a 39-38 lead. Bengals unable to get into field goal range, and they drop it 39-38's your final from Cincinnati. Justin Fields, after being bashed by the owner, goes 21 of 32 for 244 yards and a touchdown, carried the ball 11 times for 31 yards. Breece Hall was really the big damage doer. He had 18 carries, 133 yards, and 2 touchdowns on the ground. Joe Flacco was Joe Flacco, 21 of 34, 223 yards, 2 touchdowns for Flacco. Chase Brown continued to find holes, as did Samaje Perine, the running back duo for the Bengals, eclipsing 160 total yards on the day, nearly 200 yards, including Chase Brown's receptions. Brown finds the end zone twice. Samaje Perine finds it once as well. And just not good enough. And that leads you obviously in a position now, Andrew, where you're going into a game against the Chicago Bears that, quite frankly, if you circled it at the beginning of the year, I think many people thought it was probably going to be one of those easy games, probably similar to the Jets, if we're being honest. But the Bears playing much better under first-year head coach Ben Johnson. They come into this one at 4-3. So the question now is, Andrew, if you have any hope of making the playoffs, knowing the AFC North is probably not very good right now, but the Ravens get a big win on Thursday night. They look, now that Lamar Jackson is back, like they might be contenders again. Is today a must-win for this Cincinnati Bengals team if they have any hopes of making the playoffs?
Yeah, it is a must-win, and I want to mention that I think that the Bears, they're 4-3, but I think that they're in the same tier of NFL teams as the Cincinnati Bengals and some of those other 3-4, 3-5 teams. They've had a relatively easy schedule. Like last week, they play the Ravens, who have been really scuffling. Obviously, Lamar comes back and does his thing. Or wait, no, that's not. Bears didn't play Ravens last week, did they?
They lost to the Ravens last week, 30-6.
They did.
Yep.
But it wasn't Lamar. I think it was Tyler Huntley, actually.
Yeah, it was Tyler Huntley.
Yeah,
but
so
they allowed, just real quick, they allowed the Ravens last week to run for 177 total yards, which we'll talk about in a little bit in terms of the kind of the goals for today. But Derrick Henry, 21 carries for 71 yards. Tyler Huntley ran 8 times for 53. Kenyon Mitchell, 4 carries for 43 yards as well. So they got gashed on the ground last week by the Baltimore Ravens. Tyler Huntley, 17 of 22 for 186.
Yeah, and that's the thing about the Bears, that their pass defense is actually pretty solid. They've got some corners. Tyreek Stevenson's pretty good. Kyler Gordon's solid. They've got a lot of guys in that group that can really make some plays. Jaquan Brisker at safety is really good as well. And we'll talk more about those guys in general, but it's going to be kind of I think a similar game plan for the Bengals coming into this as last week, offensively at least, where you're able to run the ball pretty well, and if they can get those guys going like they did last week, I would expect another pretty good game from the 2 running backs. I'm not sure how much they are going to continue to split carries. It seems like that's going to be the plan moving forward, or at least split snaps. Obviously, Samaje is kind of the third down guy, the passing down guy as of now. But I don't think that the Bears are that impressive right now. And I'm not saying that the Bengals are impressive either, obviously coming off the loss to the Jets. But this is a game that you have to look at and circle as a W. This was supposed to be the easy stretch of the schedule, and you have to be able to get this one done here today if you want to continue to try to push that playoffs into the minds of your players, especially if you're Zach Taylor, because you go 3-6 with back-to-back losses to the Jets and the Bears. And the Bears could move to 5-3 today, which seems unreal, but I just think that this is a massive win, not only for the playoff chances, but just for the morale of the team.
Yeah, Caleb Williams, I said this on Off the Bench this week. Caleb Williams in general has been fine this year. He's thrown an interception of each in each of his last 2 games. Hasn't thrown a touchdown in either game. But he's thrown for 1,600 yards so far this year, 9 touchdowns to 4 interceptions. Did have one breakout game though, and that game was against the other team that is debatably the worst defense in the NFL, and that's the Dallas Cowboys. In that one, Caleb Williams went 19 of 28 for 298 yards and 4 touchdowns, an average of 10.6 per attempt. That's what I'm concerned about, if I'm being honest with you, is I don't know that the Bears are that good, but I've seen what they do against terrible defenses, and they beat the Dallas Cowboys 31-14 earlier this year. And that's the kind of performance that I'm a little worried about. And back to the question of whether or not this is a must win, I think when everybody looked at the calendar and everybody looked at the schedule, they circled these back-to-back games against the Jets and the Bears as like should be somewhat easy wins. And they were sandwiched between the Pittsburgh Steelers series, right? You had Pittsburgh at home 2 weeks ago, and then you've got the Jets and the Bears now, and then you have to go to the Steelers again after the bye. And so these 2 games in the middle became even more important because they were sandwiched between those games with the Steelers that you knew were going to be tough. And so you kind of wanted to make sure that you were getting those quote unquote easy wins under your belt. And so, from my perspective, I have said this privately. I don't know that it's accurate or not, but if I'm the Bengals front office, if you lose today, Zac Taylor's not your head coach for the Pittsburgh Steelers game on November 16th. I don't know that the front office will actually pull the trigger on that, but from my perspective, you can't lose today. Falling to 3-6, only a game ahead of the Baltimore Ravens with both games to play against them still, in surely what will be a crazy atmosphere in Pittsburgh in 2 weeks. I don't love our chances if you don't win today. I don't love our chances anyway, Andrew, but I certainly don't love them if you don't win today. And so that begs the question that's been kind of reported throughout the day today is, okay, let's say the Bengals lose today. Reports up until now are that Trey Hendrickson is not available. He's not on the chopping block. He's not on the trade block, but there are some reportings this morning that sources are saying that could change if the Bengals were to lose today. So does that signal what the internal mindset is of the Cincinnati Bengals right now? The fact that they are at a point where, hey, if we don't win today, we're going to have to look at trading away our star player, one of our star players, who is not under contract next year, certainly could be franchise tagged. But I guess are you in the same boat as me that if you don't win today, can Zac Taylor be your head coach in 2 weeks? And should you be looking at trading Trey Hendrickson?
No, I think you're spot on, Craig. I think this is the turning point in the season for the Bengals, because if you lose this game, I think that Zac Taylor is probably it might not be directly after this game. I think it probably should be, but at the end of the year, they're definitely going to move on if you're unable to string together something here at the end of the season. And today is a big turning point. I, like you, feel as though that the Bengals should move on from Zac Taylor if they lose this game here today. I mean, that's got to be the last straw, in my opinion. Will it happen? I highly doubt it, just knowing the track record of the Bengals front office. But on the flip side of things, with Trey Hendrickson, I think that this is going to be an indicator that they're going to make a ton of personnel moves from the player standpoint, from the coaching standpoint, maybe even the front office standpoint a little bit as well. I think that there's just a lot that's at play here today. And I think that that's the way that it should be, because you cannot just go through these seasons 3 in a row where they've really underperformed. And we can talk about Burrow being hurt and it not going to plan, but that really doesn't matter when you're talking about wins and losses in the NFL, because that is your job as the head coach and the front office of this team, is to put wins on the paper. And it's just not happening right now. And they got to find better ways, new ways, to get better players on this team and to figure out ways to win games, because the current plan is just not working.
Yeah, I said it after the game last week when Zac Taylor was having his press conference that Zach Taylor seems to be approaching this with the mindset of an offensive coordinator instead of a head coach. And at this point in
I
his
100%.
career, you can't have that anymore. And this team's defense has continued to let them down year in and year out, and is the reason that they are in this position where they are today. And I realize they made the change to Al Golden, but Zach Taylor continually refusing to take any sort of accountability for the defense and saying that, I think the exact quote last week was something along the lines of, we never really had a chance to put this one out of reach, when in reality, as I mentioned before, they had 5 different opportunities where they had double-digit leads and could have gotten a stop to try and, as he put it, put this one out of reach. And so that was really disappointing to hear. I like Zach as a person. I think he cares. I think he wants to be good. I think the players like him for the most part. But when it comes to accountability and his management of this team, I don't know that he's the right man to get us back to the Super Bowl, despite the fact that he was able to do that when he kind of struck gold with 2021. So we'll see what happens. Obviously, the first step is to win today, and then you don't have to worry about that conversation. I do think he's safe with a win today regardless. But nonetheless, it'll be interesting to kind of watch as the season goes on what happens in this offseason. Obviously, it was Zach Taylor heading into his final year of his contract next year, what the Bengals decide to do on that front. So we've got less than 10 minutes left in this one, Andrew, before we hand it over to Reid Maus for our live watch-along play-by-play reaction. Let's do a quick overview of the Chicago Bears. We'll start on offense. DeAndre Swift is out today. Roschon Johnson is out today. That leaves Kyle Monangai, the rookie running back out of Rutgers, as their lead back today. Concerns for a breakout performance from the rookie Monangai?
Yeah, of course. That's like the thing is, I'm concerned about them stopping anybody. I mean, you could throw out a high school running back, and I'm not sure that they would have a chance, man. I mean, I don't even know what to expect from this defense today. And I'm an Ohio State football fan, so I've seen that this kid play a couple of times against them, and he's a talented back, and he was talented in college. Running back is also one of those positions that it's kind of, you can get a great performance. We saw it last week. Samaje Perine had 9 carries for 94 yards. Like, you can get a really good performance from somebody who's not a top tier talent in the league. He's not Saquon Barkley or somebody like that, or Christian McCaffrey, but there will be just random performances from running back sometimes that that you don't expect to see coming. So I don't really care who's lining up in the backfield for them. I'm terrified.
Yeah. For those of you not familiar with Monangai, again, he's a rookie out of Rutgers. He's 5'8", 211 pounds. And I want to read this little quick excerpt about him from a draft profile that I found. Monangai is a compact and physical running back known for his exceptional contact balance, which allows him to run through tackles and gain extra yardage. If that doesn't sound like the type of running back that kills the Cincinnati Bengals game in and game out, then I don't know what is. So I'm certainly concerned about it. The one, I guess, somewhat positive is that he doesn't necessarily have the breakaway speed to do what we've seen in weeks past, where they give up that 50-yard chunker. But he's certainly broken off 20-plus yarders on multiple occasions already in his young career. They're showing him on the screen now. 44 carries for 203 yards, good for 4.6 per pop so far this season for the rookie out of Rutgers. And this is a kid who, again, his junior year set the Big Ten record for single-season rushing yards and is high on the list at Rutgers behind guys like Ray Rice. So certainly decorated and certainly will provide a challenge. When Caleb Williams has the ball, though, Rome Odunze and DJ Moore have become one of, I don't want to diminish the Bengals duo, but one of the better duos in the NFL. Odunze leading the way for them. But what do they need to do to keep Caleb Williams in check today and make sure that he doesn't have a game similar to what he had against the Cowboys?
Well, I think that he's a little bit similar to Fields in a sense. I think he has a better feel for, finding the open receiver a little bit earlier. But he's good at extending plays. We saw it in his collegiate career. We've seen it early on. But at the same time, he is going to take some shots, and he's going to potentially put the ball in some risky positions. So it's really going to be all about takeaways. And we've seen that this Bengals defense thrives on takeaways. When they are able to force a turnover or two in a game, it makes all the difference. And so the Bengals are going to need to get an interception today, or a fumble recovery, or a big play. And this D-line's got to step up. They've kind of been the storyline in these last couple of weeks. Somebody has to step up from that group. I want to see one young edge rusher that we have. It seems like we have 50 of them, and none of them want to produce. I want to see just one guy get in there and make an impact play today. If it's, Sample, or it's Osai or Stewart, Murphy, somebody needs to step up and make a play today at some point in time from that defensive front.
Yeah. Defensively for the Bengals, I forgot to update our rundown here. Not that it really matters, but we'll keep it up to date anyway. Defensively for the Bears, they've got a number of playmakers. When it comes to the running game, they have not been very good, averaging 143 yards per game on the ground against them on the defensive side of the ball. But from a passing perspective, allowing just 207 yards per game. Thoughts on how the Bengals attack this Bears defense and try to take advantage of a team that's allowed 26.5 points per game so far this year?
Well, the last couple of weeks, we've been giving flowers to this offensive line, right? I mean, they've been doing a much better job as of late. And this is kind of the next step that I want to see them take, is being able to dominate an inferior defensive line. Yeah, they have a couple of guys. Montez Sweat is a good edge rusher. Javon Dexter, I remember him coming out of Florida. I thought he was going to be a stud, and he's all right. They got a couple of decent playmakers on that D-line, but it's nowhere near some of the D-lines that you've played early on in this season. So I would like to see this offensive line really step up and pave the way for these running backs. I think that they're going to try to use the run game to open up the pass, which we've seen Zach Taylor try to do in the past, but it doesn't always work. This is a situation where I think that that's probably your best course of action, because a lot of times the Bengals have to pass to get the run open, and it's going to be vice versa today, hopefully, that they're able to get Chase Brown going. Hopefully they can work inside the tackles and be able to just kind of play a little bully ball up front.
Yeah, I love it. All right, a couple minutes away from kickoff, Andrew. Let's get your predictions, and if you have any best bets on the day, give them to me.
Well, I think the easiest best bet of the day might be the over in this game. I saw it was at like 51.5 or something like that. That's going to get smashed. I just have a feeling that there's not going to be a whole lot of defense in this one. And maybe I'm wrong. I hope that the Bengals step up and get a victory today. I think that they're going to have to put up 30 points again to try to get a win. So I'm going to go 30-27. Bengals get the win.
30-27. Bengals get the win. All right. As of this recording, at least, the Cincinnati Bengals are 3-point dogs. The over-under is, as you said, at 51.5 right now. I agree with you that I like the over here. It just screams, but I wouldn't bet it though. Here's why: is that I think both teams are going to try and control the clock with the running game, and so I'm a little concerned about whether or not that actually comes to fruition. I wouldn't be shocked if this ends up being one of those. It'll still be up there, but maybe in the high 40s. But here's where I'm going today. I actually went alt receiving line for T. Higgins, 70 plus at plus 175. Last week, T. Higgins got only 2 targets the entire game. Didn't say anything publicly about it. A lot of people in the media made a lot about it, but I'm looking for a bounce back game here from T. Higgins. He had one of his rougher showings of his young career last week against the New York Jets. 1 catch. It was that deep ball, 44 yards for a touchdown. I'm looking for Joe Flacco to get back to what he was doing with T. Higgins before. And the 2 previous games before last week, he had 10 targets and 8 targets respectively. I think Joe Flacco goes back to that and spreading the ball out a little bit more than he did last week against the Jets. I like T. Higgins to get in the scoreboard a little bit more than he did last week. He's also plus money for an anytime touchdown if you're that kind of better. Plus 115 currently based on the book I'm looking at. So those are that's what I'm looking at. T. Higgins bounce back performance. I do agree with you though. Running game is going to be the key in this one as we try to get to 4-5 on the season. And in just a moment, we'll bring in Reid Maus. He'll give you the live play-by-play as we go through this one. Early reports, Andrew, from friends of mine that are at the game, heavily Bears fans at Paycor this week, which is, I guess, surprising as the teams are making their way out onto the field. Looks like the Bengals will take the ball first and receive the opening kickoff. Joe Flacco with his helmet on is active. Trey Hendrickson and Logan Wilson both inactive today. Obviously, conversations earlier in the week about Joe Flacco and whether or not he would play with his strained AC joint. He is a go. Sean Clifford is the emergency third string quarterback and is technically active today. Dalton Reisner, also inactive today, reports that he's been suffering from vertigo. Jermaine Burton and Cam Grandy, also your inactives for today as we near kickoff. And with that, we're going to send it over to Reid Maus. And Andrew and I will be back at halftime to break down the first half and give you the stats as Charlie Jones takes this one at the 1 yard line, brings it up the left side. He's got a big hole. He's going to the 40. He got the kicker to beat. He's past him all the way down. He's got one man to beat to the 20, to the 15, to the 10, to the 5. He's in. Opening kickoff return for a touchdown. Charlie Jones, 99 yards.
Craig, I don't even have the game up right now. So I'm just listening to your play-by-play. That's awesome.
Charlie Jones took it on the left side, wasn't even touched. Beat Cairo Santos, and he was gone. 99 yards. Samaje Perine with a nice block to spring him. He got past Cairo Santos, and down the line he went. Wasn't touched until the 3 yard line, and Charlie Jones into the end zone. What an opening sequence for this Bengals. The Evan McPherson kick is up and good. Bengals lead 7-0 before we even hand it off to Reid Maus. Wow.
That was
electric.
Awesome.
All right, Reid, take it over.
Let's go! Let's go, baby! Fire me up, downtown Charlie Brown Jones. Let's rock and roll. Craig stole my thunder, but it's okay. It's okay. We are all ready to rock here. Bengals on the board first, and we hear them Bengals growling. Mean and angry, here he comes a prowling. Lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Run passer boot. And defensively, he's rougher, tougher. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're going to cheer to victory. Touchdown, Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati, Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't going to never let us down. Who they? Who they? Who they think going to beat them Bengals? Who they? Who they? Who do I think going to beat them Bengals? Nobody. Downtown, Charlie Brown Jones taking it to the house, 99-yard kick return. I'm fired up, folks. I am fired up. And this thing never wants to cooperate. This CBS graphic. Bears will return, and we are underway here on the defensive side of the ball. Thank you, Andrew Collinsworth and Craig Sandlin, for doing the pregame show. And what a way to start this game, baby. What a way to start this game. Let's go, D. Thank you all for being here. Reid Maus. I got my Red Bull. I'm ready to rock. Caleb Williams in shotgun formation for the Chicago Bears. They're in their road uniforms. Bengals in the all black. Caleb Williams takes the snap, drops a deep drop and looks over the middle of the field, has a pass intended for, I don't know if that was Cole Kmet or Loveland, but it's incomplete at 2nd and 10. It was Cole Kmet. Oh, of course. Colston, Loveland, and Cole Kmet are 84 and 85. That's not going to be confusing for this entire game. Caleb Williams with a man to his right. 2nd and 10. Pitch play out to the open side of the field. We bring the ball carrier down. It's a gain of 5, probably 6 yards. On the carry was, pulling this up right now, sorry. I believe that was Johnston. 3rd and 5. Third and 5. Here we go. Caleb Williams trips package the open side of the field, sends a man out wide, drops back to pass, looking over the middle of the field. They'll have the first down as it's completed. It's going to be a gain of 8 yards. Pass was completed to number 14 for the Chicago Bears. Zaccheaus. 6th round pick. Or in his 6th year, apologize. 7th round pick. 1st and 10. Now they're on the 41-yard line. Williams alone in the backfield. They send a man in motion. That man goes under center. It's Cole Kmet. He pitches a flea flicker out to Caleb Williams. Now they're back to Cole Kmet. The lefty's going to pass it. Cole Kmet and gets it out to Rome Odunze. They say it is a completed pass. The man in coverage to tackle Rome Odunze after a gain of 13 yards says that was incomplete. Bears rush up to the line. Not enough time to get a challenge on it. No, they will. There's going to be a flag on the play. Really unique play there. So it was Cole Kmet under center, flipping it out to Caleb Williams, who immediately gives it back to Cole Kmet, and then Cole Kmet finds Rome Odunze downfield. So Zach Taylor is going to challenge the call of the completed pass. Got it in time. Here's Rome Odunze, bobbling it all over the place. Does he get it on his hip? We'll see. That first initial replay looked like it was completed, but it was a bad angle. Who's all here? Hi from Australia, 5 a.m. here. Thank you from down under. What an awful challenge, CWT. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, the initial replay looks like he caught it. And, I mean, he probably got pressured by the fact that Demetrius Knight was telling him, hey, that was bobbled, someone up in the room, and then they rush up to the line so that the Bengals don't even have an opportunity to challenge the play. Lane Jordan says they don't think from that first angle, it doesn't look like it's going to be anywhere close to being overturned, but we will see. A lot of people I know down at the stadium today. I know if you guys aren't in our Discord, those that watch, please hop into our Chatterbox Discord. If someone is watching this from Chatterbox, drop the Discord link in there. I know one of the regulars, Michael Rolfe, gave away free tickets down to the Bengals game today. So sometimes things like that happens. Absolutely, Christopher. Hopefully your daughter feels better. Hopefully it's not too serious of an ailment. It's getting cold. So everyone's feeling a little more under the weather. Thank you, Craig, for dropping that Discord link. Yeah, hop in there. Talking Bengals, talking Reds all the time in our Discord. And like I said, Michael, a fellow Chatterbox fan, dropped 3 free tickets to today's game just for the first person that answered. So stuff like that happens. We got a good community here. Feel free to join in here. My initial reaction is this is not going to be overturned. Call is overturned. Hey, who said it was a bad challenge? That's a great challenge. Oh, yeah, he clearly didn't catch that. That's a great challenge. What about Zach? So 2nd and 10. Ben Johnson just pulled out the biggest gadget of all. It was an inspector gadget play. And here we go. 2nd and 10. Caleb Williams under center. They're at the 41-yard line. Williams fakes the handoff, play action plays, got a lot of time, slings it over the middle of the field. The pass is tipped up, but Geno Stone cannot get there in time. It falls down to earth, 3rd and 10. It is crazy. I was listening to a podcaster talk about NFL games and really all levels of football, but NFL especially. Like almost all the games are decided by less than 5 plays. I mean, I know there's context that goes into those plays and like the time in which they're played and everything like that, but like one turnover changes the game. One 50-yard touchdown changes the game. Caleb Williams, 3rd and 10, escaping pressure, pulled down by the ankles. There's a flag out in the secondary. Joseph Asai with the sack, but there was a flag thrown out into the secondary. Man, that'd be a dagger. Joseph Asai. We put the pressure on Caleb Williams from the get-go. And he gets antsy in there. He wants to move around. He wants to be like a bat out of hell sometimes. Here comes the call. It is on us. Illegal contact. Called on Demetrius Knight. All right. We finally get some pressure. Yeah, that's probably too far downfield. Demetrius. We don't get penalized a whole lot, but they get a fresh set of downs, and on the 1st and 10, roll out Caleb Williams to the left and get a pass for 13 yards and a fresh set out to DJ Moore. 1st and 10. Good play, action play. I'll tell you what, I don't know if it's the pace of this game or what, but this broadcast is struggling to catch up with all the action. So Williams under center. They put 2 tight ends out on the field. They hand the ball off right up the chute. He gets to the 2nd level and isn't brought down until he meets Barrett Carter and Jordan Battle. It's a gain of 8, maybe 9 yards. Monungai with a 9-yard carry. Caleb Williams dropping back to pass. It is a screen over the left side of the field. He's got 2 blockers, and he's out to the 10-yard line, brought down at the 9. So it's a big play there, this time for DJ Moore. And Ben Johnson's in his bag with some of these play calls. Throwing some great play calls, but let's see what we got here, defense. So 1st and 10. Should be 1st and goal. It's 1st and 10 from the 10 probably. Yeah, 1st and 10 from the 10-yard line. 1st and goal. Caleb Williams hands it off once again to Monungai. It's a gain of 3 yards right up the chute. 2nd and goal. Mom, told him to 3. It's a tough call there. Tough penalty. Not a tough call, just a tough penalty on Demetrius Knight, which extended the drive and just gave Ben Johnson more time to go into his bag. Second and goal here. Williams under center. Sends a lineman in motion. Move him over to the right side of the line. Caleb Williams, play action play. Nobody's home. He's now getting flushed out of the pocket. Rolling out to his left. He's got time. He's going to hold it himself. He's pushed out of bounds out at the 4-yard line. He gains 5, and it looks like Caleb Williams might have got banged up a little bit. He does come up, but he laid down on the turf just a little while longer. It's 3rd and goal. Casey McAllister in here saying, we can't shoot ourselves in the foot, and he's absolutely right. It's just we're not good enough defensively to have penalties, which to the Bengals' credit, they are, what was it, last or first? Were we first or last? I don't know. And typically in Zach Taylor's career, they've been very disciplined. 3rd and goal. Williams hands it off to Monungai. He's going to be stopped before the end zone, does get a yard. We'll see if the Bears go for it. Big play there. Ben Johnson immediately looking down at his sheet. I think they're going to go. So 4th and goal. 4th and goal. It's going to be from the 2-yard line. Getting some personnel changes out on the field. 20 seconds on the play clock. 9 minutes on the game clock here in the first quarter. Williams alone in the backfield. 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers. Williams takes the snap. Reverse. Double reverse. Philly special. Tossing it out to Caleb Williams, and Caleb Williams catches it for the touchdown. So they run the Philly special here on 4th and goal, and they get in the end zone. It's 7-6. Yeah, I mean, Ben Johnson, he ain't afraid to pull out all the stops, is he? I mean, they ran a fake flea flicker double pass. They ran, I mean, all sorts of plays. The one thing about Ben Johnson, and everyone comments on, his play design, and, he's not afraid to do reverses and double passes and all this stuff. Really, all he's doing is creating space. By doing these double passes, by doing these reverses, he's just spreading out the defense to different parts of the field so that he can exploit it later on. It's not really even about the misdirection or anything like that. It just really just stretches out and rears your defense thin because you got to account for everything. All right. Well, we knew that they were going to score some points. Now it's our first time for our offense to get out there on the field. Mac Doug 850 says running the Philly special on the Bengals defense is like bullying the poor kid. Yeah, all these trick plays. It's our defense really struggles with basic defense, with basic plays. Runs up the middle, just your standard play action passes. When you start, doing all this trickery, it doesn't put our defense in the best spot. Well, for those that took the over, you like where you're at right now. I think the line was 51.5, and they're 14 points in the first 7 minutes. Admittedly, I didn't put any coin on this game, but admittedly, I figured that just everyone loved the over, and typically when that happens, go under. But Mac doubles down and says, "I've seen Walmart security tackle shoplifters better than this team." That's funny. Yeah, they have to find ways to not. And like I said, Zach's teams have always been pretty clean. They played clean football. Zach Taylor's teams have. There's a lot of young players on the defensive side. Yeah, you can't allow yourself to get behind the 8 ball when you're not very good. But also, a lot of these penalties, so like that Demetrius Knight penalty, he's being aggressive there. And when your team is bad, you'd rather your team be aggressive than timid. Like, you'd rather them make aggressive mistakes than timid because normally fortune favors the bold. So, yeah, it's tough, but we'll see. All right, so this time they stay away from, downtown Charlie Brown Jones wasn't there, and Samaje Perine returns it all the way out to the 46-yard line. Hey, give our special teams coordinator a raise here to start this game. Great field position. So here we go. Joe Flacco, the Bengals, 1-5 since Joe Burrow has gone down back in week 2. Chase Brown in the backfield, Flacco under center, dealing with a shoulder injury all week long. Sends Jamar Chase in motion. Hands the ball off to Chase Brown. Chase Brown has a hole. He gets across midfield. It's a 12-yard gain to open up the drive, and we are we are into Chicago Bears territory out to the 43-yard line. It's a great rush. Yeah, this is something to eye on the game. They have a graphic mentioning how the Chicago Bears lead the NFL with 11 interceptions this year. Joe Flacco has 0 interceptions since coming over to the Bengals, and obviously he led the league in interceptions before coming to the Bengals. It's something that I've kind of been waiting for the other shoe to drop. We go right back to the handoff. This time I believe it's Samaje Perine, and it is. Gets a gain of 5, so 2nd and 5. Samaje Perine with 94 yards last week and a touchdown. He had a really good game. Flacco, shotgun formation. Chase Brown behind him. Uno alone on the open side. Actually, that's T. Higgins on a slant route, and Flacco finds him. T. Higgins sheds one tackler. He's out to the 25, pushed out at the 15-yard line. T. What a pass. What a real good run after catch by T. Higgins. They got him alone on the outside. Just a quick slant, and he shedded the cornerback right away. He was tripped up and was able to get to full speed. Does his knee come down? Does his knee come down? They're waiting on the play clock. So out to the 14-yard line. Does his knee come down here? Yeah, he's down. Where are we getting the ball at? The 14? Or are they going? No, okay. So they brought it back. They called that right. So they have the ball out at the 27-yard line. Okay. I'm caught up. Just a reminder, every single week, I cannot listen to the broadcast because I can't have the sounds on the stream. So I'm just using my eyes here. And when they're saying nuanced things over the broadcast, I can't hear that. So 1st and 10 from the 27-yard line. They ruled T. Higgins down, didn't get all the way to the 14-yard line. They hand the ball off to Chase Brown. Chase Brown's going to get 1.5 yards before being brought down out at the 25. Michael Easterwood says, if we had an average defense, this team would be a contender. If we had an average defense, I don't know if I want to go contender, but certainly would be a really good team. 2nd and 9, 5 seconds on the play clock. Flacco hands the ball off to Chase Brown. Chase Brown's got nowhere to go. He falls forward, gets 2 yards. I don't hate that. We're running the ball well. So it's going to be 3rd and 6. Would love to get 6 up on the board. Third and 6. Flacco alone in the backfield. 5 wide. Takes the snap. They send 4. Looking over the middle of the field, and Chase Brown drops a 1st down. Just a crossing route. Hit him right in the chest. No one around him. And he just drops it. No contact. It was a good pass. Caught him in stride. Did it just hit his shoulder pads? He just didn't get his hands on it. Tries to catch it with his body. It would have been a first down with ease. He caught him on the run and everything. Golly. So here comes Evan McPherson. 11 for 13 on field goals this year. It's a 41-yard attempt from the right hash mark. Snap is good. Kick is up and through the uprights. We go back. It's 10-7. Take the lead once again. Golly, Chase Brown. Here's the thing. And Casey McAllister in the chat already said this. Our offense does have a little bit more room to work with because of how talented some of the skill players are. But here's the simple thing, and this is why it's hard for me to be overly optimistic about this Bengals team. And I still believe that they're in the thick of this. I truly believe, not just today's game, but this AFC North race. It has to come with a win today. But when you're not the Kansas City Chiefs, when you're not the Philadelphia Eagles, when you're not the San Francisco 49ers, when you're not those teams, your margins are thin. I don't know if anyone watching this is a business owner, but Amazon and Facebook, or Meta, whatever they want to call, Google, they can take big swings and misses. Google Glasses, VR for Meta, Amazon with the drones thing. They can take big swings and misses. Their margin for error is huge. The Chiefs can have a big margin for error. They can try downfield a lot more. They can do those things. The Bengals' margin for error is thin. So we can't have mistakes like Demetrius Knight have. We can't have drops like Chase Brown had. You've got to be, don't want to say perfect, but you've got to be a little more drawn up, buttoned up. And the analogy I was making to the business world is like when you're a small plumber, or a small contractor, and you're going to go buy a new piece of Caterpillar equipment, you got to get your money's worth there. Here at Chatterbox Sports, like when we make a new hire, hey, we got to get our money's worth there. So that's where the Bengals are. Just the margin for error is not very thick. It's pretty thin. Catching up on some of the chat. We've got to do the basic things well. That's right. That's right. Throwing the ball to the wrong Chase, Salvo says. Hey, that was a good play. That was wide open. And Chase Brown's a playmaker. All right. Here comes the kickoff. Michael Ackley, how's it going? But you can have a head coach like Zach Taylor. Yeah, Zach Taylor's it's running thin. Returned out at the 5-yard line, out to the 20, 25, and brought down right there at the 25. Special teams playing well, man. Special teams playing well. Caleb Williams starting out at the 26-yard line. 5:35 to play here in the first quarter. Monungai to his left. It's a flip play out to the short side of the field. Monungai gets a first down and is brought down by Barrett Carter. We were sending a safety blitz on the wrong side. They go to the short side of the field, got helmets on helmets, and get a gain of 12 yards out on the pitch run play. Lane Jordan says he was gone if he broke that tackle. Yeah, probably. Colston Loveland in motion, and now DJ Moore. Fakes the handoff. Looking downfield. Caleb Williams avoids pressure. He's going to take it himself. Out in open field. Evades one tackler out to the middle of the field and gets across midfield before getting tripped up, heading out of bounds. It's going to be a 12-yard carry. This defense, man. Just need to see. I mean, we got pressure there, I guess. I mean, if you want the positive, we got pressure on Caleb. And I held on off the bench earlier this week that a big key to this game, not just getting pressure. Obviously, that's a key to every game. But it's making Caleb Williams go outside the pocket and play his game, not the game that Ben Johnson wants them to play. Flag on the play as Caleb Williams takes it right up the gut for another 12-yard carry. Don't see what the call is. Flag on the play. This game has a breakneck speed pace to it. Illegal shift called on the offense. So the play is going to be coming back. This shift is called on DJ Moore. J.J. McCarthy with a highlight reel in Michigan. Haven't seen that before. 1st and 15. Back on their own side of the field. 47-yard line. 3 wide. They hand the ball off to Monungai. Monungai. Ooh, takes a big hit. It's a big stick from Jordan Battle, but it's after a 7-yard gain. It's going to be 2nd and 8. You got barbecue cooking back there, and you didn't invite me. Hurt my feelings. It's my best Gus impersonation. So it was an 8-yard carry on the first down. Slime time this Wednesday. Don't miss it on Paramount Plus. Do not miss it. 5 p.m. Slime time on Nickelodeon. Breaking down the NFL. Monungai gets the carry. Just off guard. It's going to be a gain of 2 yards. The whistle is blown now. It's a gain of 3. 3rd and short. CWT says, we watching Matlock tonight, of course, every Sunday. George and Mandy's First Marriage, Matlock, all the good CBS original TV shows. Third and 5. They are they would probably go for it if they get a yard or 2. Williams, Monungai to the left. He evades one tackler. We got our hands on Monungai. Right at the line of scrimmage. Please tell me if I'm saying his name right, by the way. Monungai, and then he moves the chains after a gain of 7. I can't watch this defense, dude. Miles Murphy. And they go back to running, and it's a pitch play, and it's just the same guy, Monungai. It's a gain of 4 yards. This was to the open side of the field, not the short side. 2nd and 6, 4 yards. Second and 6, 1:50 to play in the first quarter. Fake the handoff. Williams looking downfield, dumps it out, and it's a bad pass to his running back, Monungai. He does make the catch, but they do only gain a yard. 3rd and 5. Now, I do believe that if we stop them here, if we get a stop on this play, they will kick it. I do believe that. And this might be the final play of the first quarter. 3rd and 6. There'll be one more after this. 14 seconds on the play clock. A minute on the game clock. From the left hash mark. Man in motion. Incomplete pass. Cam Taylor-Britt with good defense there. CTB shutting it down, 4th and 6, 54, and we'll see if the kicking unit comes out, and it looks like they are. It looks like they're changing the units. All right. Cam Taylor-Britt. What a play. Good play, CTB. Now, don't lose it. We need you for 4 quarters, brother. 42-yard field attempt for Cairo Santos. 47, apologies. From the left hash mark. Snap, good. And this is going wide right? No good. Push right. Man, that started on, it went completely across. It was on the left hash mark. I don't know if a gust of wind got it, but that thing went wide right. There is a flag on the play. Oh, don't tell me it's on us. Don't tell it's on us. It's thrown on our side of the field. Offsides on the defense. That cannot happen, DJ Ivy. That cannot happen. 4th and 1, and now they're going for it. That cannot happen. Show us the replay. Yeah, Ivy's offsides. He's straight up offsides. Golly. We get the ball back with no points on the board. And, all right, still got a chance here. 4th and 1. Lock in. Caleb Williams under center. Taking it himself. Are they going to pass? Yep. Hand the ball off to Monungai. Monungai met at the line of scrimmage. They push forward. It's a first down. That cannot happen. We get a 0 up on the board. And now they're going to get 6. Golly. 1st and 10 from the 21-yard line. 3 wide. Caleb Williams started in shotgun, now coming under center. Pitch play. It's going to be a gain of 5 yards because even though we're making contact near the line of scrimmage, they push forward. That's another thing. We can talk about the missed tackles all we want. We never bring them down where we hit them. They're always getting 3-4 yards. On our side, where we're a great offense, when we're running the ball, they meet contact, boom, down. Not strong enough, not content enough, and now we're just making flat-out dumb mistakes. Demetrius Knight on the opening drive, DJ Ivy there. If you want to see what crashing out in real time looks like, you're watching it. This is putrid. Golly. Oh, man. All right. I see some people in the chat saying that the announcers weren't talking like it was offsides. I mean, it was close enough, man. It was close enough. So it's going to be what? 2nd and 5. Put our 2s up, I guess. Everyone. Hey, everyone. 2s, baby. 2s. Yeah, B. 2s. It's the 2nd quarter. Yeah, B, baby. What a blessing. We have so many blessings in our life, and one of them is that we get to sit down every Sunday and watch this defense. Putrid. I mean, it is. Last year was historically bad defense. Last year was borderline unwatchable. And I got to do this every game going forward. I'm going to go blind not because of what I'm watching, but because my own willpower will put forks through my eyeballs if I have to watch this any longer. Make sure you don't miss George and Mandy's first marriage later tonight on CBS. In Matlock. Golly, dude. All right, 2nd and 5. They're in the red zone. It's going to take turnovers, man. They pitch the ball out to, is that Odunze? It's Zaccheaus, and they call it touchdown. Just the end around in the first play of the second quarter. Zaccheaus. PAT is up and through the uprights. It is 14-10. End around by Zaccheaus. I mean, Jesus Christ. Oh, my gosh. I mean, do you guys have any? And I mean, I don't know, man. I truly just don't even know. We got to go score. I mean, we are given a kick return open for a touchdown, and we're just not even going to be. All right, I'm back. It is crazy how much better my mental well-being is when the offense is on the field as opposed to the defense. I mean, this is hilarious. But not as hilarious as Matlock. New episodes tonight on CBS. Yep, give us a like on the stream. Craig Sandlin's right. Got to go score points. Haro, I'm not drinking coffee. I'm drinking Red Bull today. Mike Brown is laughing at us right now. He doesn't care. There's a lot of things you can say about Mike Brown, but I'll push back on that he doesn't care. I think he clearly cares. This is the team that his father and the legacy that his father, one of the most legendary figures in all of football, had built, and I think he wants to carry that on. Now, I don't think he goes about it the right way, but I think he cares. And from all accounts of people that are around him, he clearly cares. He is cheap. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, can we do a players-only meeting at halftime? Kevin, your man Flacco is going to give us hope. I hope you're right. Samaje Perine out to the 30-yard line, and he took a bad hit there. Samaje took a really bad hit there. It was a high-low hit. He was brought down from the back and then got hit forward. I mean, he might be out. I mean, yeah. Samaje Perine didn't come back out. Watching that live, man, that was a bad angle. Yeah, that thing, he's hurt. He's hurt. He's hurt. Oh. That's wild. I mean, watching that live was crazy. He popped up, though. someone's falling on his back, and then they hit him forward. Yeah, it's a bad angle. But he got up. Yeah, it did look bad in real-time lane. I mean, he still might be hurt, but he got off the field. All right, here we go, offense. 31-yard line is where we take over. Flacco dropping back to pass. Looking for T. Higgins, who avoids one tackler, and, man, that was almost a dangerous pass. Good thing that Flacco has some velo there. Zipped it to T. Higgins. I don't want to see this play. I don't want to see this play again. Oh my God, dude. It's like we're on lag. It's like we're just not playing the same sport at times defensively. It's like there's a connection error. 2nd and 2. Flacco rolling out to his right. We got Flacco rolling out, incomplete pass to Jamar Chase. All right, let's move the chains now. Flag on the play. Don't tell us you're pushing me back. Who's it on? Call on our offense. Illegal man downfield. Ted Karras called for the penalty. Craig brought in that was a hip drop tackle. Yeah, that was a hip drop tackle. You ever notice how there was a direct correlation to when Logan Wilson stopped being good and when the hip drop tackles started being outlawed? Something to think about. 2nd and 7. So from 3rd and 2 to 2nd and 7. Flacco hands the ball off. No, fake handoff to Brown and gets it out to Noah Fant. It's going to be a gain of 6 yards. So we're back to 3rd and 2. Good RPO, and here's another flag. On us again, it looks like. False start. All right, no foul. 3rd down. Here we go. Need to move the chains. 3rd and 2. What you got here, Zachariah? Come on, Zachary Taylor. Can you guys see what's happening? I don't know. Flacco alone in the backfield. Just a reminder, I cannot hear the broadcast, so anything you guys hear, I am not hearing. Flacco sends Chase Brown out in motion. 10 seconds on the play clock. Looks like we're trying to get an offsides. 9. And we false start. False start on Orlando Brown. So 3rd and 7. What the fuck? Sorry. What the hell is going on? This game is... The start of this game has been as infuriating. God, I can't even speak today. As miserable as it's been all year. 5 seconds on the play clock. 3rd and 7. Flacco drops back to pass. Pressure, he's brought down. It's a sack into the drive. We're going to punt it away. This game, this team, dude. This has been, I swear, I don't know why it's felt this way, but this has been the hardest 18 minutes I've had to watch all year long. The penalties, the mistakes that we're making, we are gifted 7 points to start the game, and we make nothing of it. We're down 14-10, and we're probably going to be down 21-10 in about 4 minutes of game time. Ryan Rico's punt. He gets the snap, gets it off. Everything's clean. Fair caught out at the 18-yard line. We flip the field. Good punt by Ryan Rico. Our special teams is playing great. Our offense is playing okay, but we drop a pass from Chase Brown that would have been a first down. We have Demetrius Knight get called for a penalty that gives them a first down. We finally get pressure on Caleb Williams and sack him, but of course there's a penalty on it. And then they line up to kick. They miss the field goal. And we get caught offsides. They go for it on 4th and 1 and get it and then score the next play. On this drive, first down, 8-yard gain to T. Higgins. Back it on up. So on 2nd and 7 now, so it should be 2nd and 2, penalty, 2nd and 7. What do we do on 2nd and 7? Get 6 yards again. It's 3rd and 2. Back it on up. So then it's 3rd and 7. We drop back, sack, and now we're punting it. It's this game, man. This there's something wrong. I probably have had, all right, LaShawn Thomas is probably right. I'm freaking out probably too much. I might have had too much Red Bull. It's you guys are all right. You guys are right. There's still plenty of time. We're down 4 points. Those things are all true. And I just said I think this team can compete in this division. Like, I think we win this game, we're right in the thick of things. But there's something about these first 18 minutes that have just been infuriating. I can't even pronounce words today. I've just been so frustrating. To where it feels like we're getting a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde situation going on, where some things are going so well, like special teams. We're moving the ball pretty well. The passing game, the running game, like those things are doing well. But everything else has just been a complete abomination. Savo's right, actually. This defense is getting worse every week, man. Or maybe that's not fair. Maybe they're not getting worse every week. Maybe we're putting more of a focus on them because those weeks with Jake Browning, those were tough weeks offensively. All right, 1st and 10. They'll take over from the 18-yard line. Can we get a 3 and out? One time. Pitch play to Monungai. It's going to be a gain of 3 yards. Two double-digit drives for the Bears leading in touchdowns to start this game. 2nd and 6. Caleb Williams dropping back to pass. Plenty of time. Now he's got to escape the pocket. We tie him up, and he falls down, and we get a sack, but I ain't giving that to us. B.J. Hill brings him down. We get a sack. That's a huge play. But Caleb Williams, what the hell are you doing, my guy? B.J. Hill brings him down. Yeah, it's hard for me to get really excited, guys. I'm sorry. It's going to be 3rd and 13. Let's get off the field. The defense has two stops. That's right, Nate. I'm a Caleb Williams believer, and, man, he's making it tough to be that. 3rd and 13. Williams alone in the backfield. Takes the snap from the right hash mark. Gets it out to Loveland, and Loveland's going to be brought down before the line to gain. It's going to be about 4th and 3. And we should be good. We should be coming off the field. See if the Bears bring out their punting unit. They should because they're deep in their own territory. Out at the 26-yard line. It's going to be 4th and 2. All right, we got off the field. Charlie Jones back on out. Bears should go for it, felons. You're right. Snap is good. Punt is up. Man, that's a boomer. As Charlie Jones fields it out at the 6-yard line. He's trying to reverse the field. Out to the 10, 15, brought down. Had to be stopped up by his own blocker. Gets out to the 15-yard line, and that's where the Bengals are going to take over. Okay, can we go score, please? Let's get some points on the board. All right. Catching up on the chat. Go defense. Yeah, you know what? Good thing just happened. I've been hard on him. I've been really hard on him this game. But a good thing just happened. So we got a 3-and-out. I am overly negative today, and I'm trying not to be. I want to be super positive, guys. I want to be, and I'm going to try and be. Good things happen. Hey, I'll tell you this. You're getting, I'm not staging anything. Like, what I'm doing here, like, this is genuinely how I react if I'm sitting at home, if I'm around my grandmother-in-law, my 93-year-old grandmother-in-law. This is how I act. So, yeah, we got to get Ja'Marr Chase. I mean, I can't remember. Has he gotten a catch yet? Does he have a catch? Someone, let me see if I can pull up the box score. Guys, give us a like. Thank you so much for being here. No, we've completed 3 passes. Man, we've only run 7 offensive plays. We've ran 7 offensive plays. We're averaging 5.5 yards a play. Yeah, only 1 target, I think. That target was the play that got called back, if I recall. Shout out the Bears. I think Craig said this in the pregame. I said this on Off the Bench, that I think both these teams are going to try and keep the opposing offense off the field as much as possible. We need it. Thank you, Michael Easterwood, from a new guy. $5. I appreciate the stream. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I actually enjoy doing this from time to time. I mean, I can't do it every week for my own mental health, but I do like doing this. Like I said, this is an authentic reaction to everything I'm doing. I'm not reacting in any given way to elicit, to be more entertaining or anything like that. Like, this is genuinely how much to the chagrin of my family. All right, 1st and 10. But what I was saying is the Bears are doing a good job keeping our offense off the field. We hand the ball off. Chase Brown on a counter play is going to get 2 yards. See, this is the exact plan I'm talking about. We run into the defensive line, and we stop right there. We get stopped right there. They run into our defensive line, and they get an extra 3 yards almost every time. Second and 8. Flacco takes the snap. Gets it out to Ja'Marr Chase. There we go. Ja'Marr Chase will have the first down depending on the spot. It's going to be right there, right at the line. Uno! Chasing greatness. Let's see this little graphic. Oh, CBS went all out. I think about these graphics all the time. There was someone that probably makes 6 figures, probably more than that. This is what they did all week, was this graphic. They made this graphic. That was their job this week for 10 seconds of runtime. It's kind of wild. P. Ryan, doubtful to return. All right. Hand the ball off to Chase Brown. It's going to be a gain of 5. Who's our 3rd string back? Someone let me know who our 3rd string back is. Like, do we have another back, or is it just Chase Brown taking every snap from here on out? I figured, just that injury looked terrible, dude. I'll give Samaj, that dude's a gamer. Because he ran off the field. That's right, Taj Brooks. That's right. 2nd and 5. Flacco under center. Sends Chase in motion. Chase Brown alone in the backfield. Picks up a block. We're going downfield for Andre Yoshivas in the breadbasket across midfield. Cut out at the 45-yard line. Great play. Honestly, someone gets Chase Brown had a great block. They sent pressure, and Chase Brown picked him up perfectly, gave Flacco just enough time. Show us that. That's a really good pass, too. Show us that block one more time. That was great. Felon's right. Nice blitz pickup. That was fantastic. Yoshi makes a catch. Yeah, Yoshi, he has to catch the soft ones. He can't catch the fast ones. 2 men in the backfield. Flacco, passing the ball. Sidearm, slung it. Did it get hit as he was throwing it? What happened there? They're going to let it play out, but... Oh, they're saying that's a fumble? They're saying that's a fumble? Call on the field that that's a fumble. Run the replay. Thank you. Pass? No? Is that not a pass? I mean, he gets his hand on it before the ball is thrown. I mean, that's a fumble, ain't it? Is that a throw? That's a pass? That's a pass? I don't know. Under review. Every turnover is. That's a pass. Thank you, Craig. Please let me know what the broadcaster is saying. I mean, he gets to the ball before it's gone forward, but he held on to it. So I think I'm with Lane. I think it's a fumble. Automatically reviewed. That's right. We're not reviewing it ourselves. The second look looked like a pass. I think part of the reason that they called it a fumble, did you see the spin on it? It spun sideways, guys. I think this is a fumble, dude. I think this is a fumble. Oh, my God. It is wild that they called it a fumble, but like I said, the ball spun sideways, if I saw that right. That's a pass. Haro, it's a pass. Ball wasn't knocked free. Game Junkie says they stick to the call on the field. I see, that's where I don't, like, this isn't like there's not enough evidence to overturn it either way kind of thing, because they got clean looks at it. So this is pretty clearly a ruling on what is actually a pass or not a pass. Like, I don't think it's like, oh, we didn't get to see the hand underneath it, or is it a catch or anything like that. Like, we've got a really good look. It's just what the rule is. I don't think he lost control until his arm was moving forward. Clearly a pass, says Haro. Yeah. See, admittedly, I don't know. I've never read the National Football League official rule book. But he did have control. I mean, he had enough control to throw it 30 feet, right? It went 25 feet. It did spin sideways, but first ever 40-mile-an-hour forward fumble pass. Oh, thank God. Call overturned. Needed that. The thing that surprised me, well, he got to the ball before he started going forward, and then it was spinning sideways. I don't know. 2nd and 10. Flacco takes the snap, looking over the middle of the field, and he just can't. He tries to get to his check down. Chase Brown, incomplete pass, 3rd and 10. So we might be in trouble either way. Can we get close? Can we get close to either kick or go for it? We're at the 42. That's a 59-yarder, which he was making 60-yard field goals. We're not kicking a 60-yard field goal at this point in the game. We're going to run the ball here, aren't we? We're absolutely going to run this ball on 3rd and 10. Nope. Flacco dropping back to pass, looking over the middle of the field, has Jamar Chase wide open. Jamar Chase breaking it out wide. Can he get in the end zone? He's out to the 5-yard line. And Jamar Chase in open space, there's no one better in the league. There is no one better in the league. Guys, Bengals fans, he's the greatest Cincinnati Bengal ever. I truly believe Anthony Munoz is the best offensive lineman ever. That's the only hill he has to climb over, because he is the greatest Bengal that I've ever watched. I've been watching since 2002, 2001. He's the greatest Bengal I've ever watched. He's unbelievable. 1st and goal from the 6th. Flacco looking for Uno on his own, and he tips it. Does he come down with it? Oh, no. Incomplete. Really good pass from Flacco. Just didn't get his hands on it. Flag thrown. And we got the camera on Amarius Mims and a couple of Chicago Bears. What's the call here? Multiple flags. Unsportsmanlike conduct on us. On who? Orlando Brown? What, did he get his hand right on that ball? Brown, what are you doing, dude? He's choking him? He's choking Montez Sweat? What are we doing? We're choking dudes? 3rd and goal from the 21-yard line. Flacco. Looking for Andre Yosevas out to the 15. Now it should be 3rd and goal, right? That was 2nd and goal. We're choking dudes? We have the fewest penalties in the NFL coming into today. We're averaging 5 penalties and 33 yards a game. We've already topped that. The frustration is seeping through every orifice of this team. Throw a ball up to Uno. Or T. T's alone on this short side of the field from the 15-yard line. Flacco. Oh, man. He threw it into quadruple coverage to Jamar Chase. Incomplete pass, though. All right, let's make the field goal. We're choking dudes here? Dude, this team, man. It's something's rotten in the state of Denmark. Mac Dog says he hit him with the mandible claw. Mankind out there. Have a nice day. From the right hash mark. CBS is struggling today, guys. 3, 2, 1. Kick is good. Kick is up and good. I don't want to work. I just want to bang on the drum all day. But 2 drives that we should have had 6 on that we get 6 total. Is it just me or is CBS struggling? This broadcast is struggling today. Haro says that is not something you throw a flag on. The fix is in. The dude choked him. I mean, our guy, Orlando Brown Jr., was choking Montez Sweat. Orlando was just trying to step up. Dude, I just said this in the fury of what we're watching. And by the way, we are in very dangerous 2-for-1 territory for the Chicago Bears. They get the ball at half. There's 5.5 to play. But we are in a scenario where it feels like the frustrations of what's been going on, 5 losses in 6 weeks, dudes wanting to be traded, the defense blowing games, the offense looking inept for 3 weeks, that the frustrations are, I mean, they are seeping through every orifice of this team. From now we're seeing just lackluster penalties, man, something that we've never seen. And we're just seeing unsportsmanlike conducts. We're seeing special teams penalties. It's getting bad, man. Yeah, we got it. Sean Connor's right. Turnovers going to win this game. More than anything, we cannot allow. There's 5:47 to play. We've got 3 timeouts. If they score, we got to get points on the board. We cannot let them go 2 for 1. They're up a point right now. We cannot let them go 2 for 1. Simply cannot happen. Game junkie. That's a good point. I think Orlando Brown Jr. was just checking his pulse. Just give it a little. Listen, that unsportsmanlike conduct. That's the most sportsman thing ever. Checking to make sure the guy's okay. Hey, I put you on the ground, brother. Just give you a little. You good? You good? You need Gatorade? Just checking the pulse. As we're here live, I will admit that my favorite football player growing up, outside of Rudy Johnson, I loved Rudy Johnson. I was a Bengals fan. But, like, when you're a kid and you kind of just have fandoms wherever, like, whoever's cool. My favorite football player when I was growing up was Brian Urlacher. Because I played linebacker. I loved Brian Urlacher. So there's a little bit of affinity for the Bears sometimes. Orlando, worst free agent in history. There's several free agents on this team, John, that are worse. Geno Stone is a worse sign. Like Orlando Brown, he hasn't been great. He wasn't what he was billed to be. He wasn't like some great protector, but he's been a starter level since he's came here. Like he's been okay. We expected better than that. Like, we're getting a league average player. But I digress. 35-yard lines where the Bears take over. 5:47 to play in the half. First play is a pitch play. Out, and there's going to be a flag thrown, and we have an even better play by Cam Taylor-Britt to beat Monungai out on the edge and drop him down in the backfield. It's going to be a holding call on the offense. Am I crazy? I think I'd rather 2nd and 12. I'd rather 2nd and 12. There's probably math on this, but would you rather 1st and 20 or 2nd and 12? I think with our defense, I think I'd rather 2nd and 12. Because I have a good theory that this first play is going to be, what was the unsportsmanlike conduct call? It was our left tackle, Orlando Brown Jr., was choking out a defensive player. 1st and 20. Caleb Williams, quick pass. Out to Loveland. Okay, I was wrong. I said I'd rather decline the penalty where it's 2nd and 12. I was wrong. You guys happy? It's going to be 2nd and 17. Second and 17, Caleb Williams drops back to pass. Pocket's collapsing on him. He's now rolling out and getting outside of the pocket. It looks like he's going to take it himself, and he is going to take it himself. Going to be 3rd down. Was that a gain of 5 or was that a gain of 12? It's a gain of 13, so it's 3rd and 4. So he was just short of the line to gain. Did not look like he got that many yards, but... So here we go. 3rd and 4. Williams drops back. Looking over the middle of the field. Pass is completed to Cole Kmet. Really bad pass. Kmet takes a lick on after he's brought down, but he does complete it. It's going to be a 1st down, and Kmet's going to be seen by the medical staff for the Chicago Bears and the Cincinnati Bengals. It's clean. Barrett Carter, clean. I mean, they just can't. I mean, they're going to drain this clock. They've already taken 2 minutes off. We've got 3 timeouts, though, and the 2-minute warning. We'll have a chance to score. Yeah, the 13-yard scramble. He's running the ball well. What's he up to? Like, we've done okay. Let me see. Maybe not. We've already given up 100 yards rushing. Caleb Williams has 31 himself on 3 carries, averaging 10.3. Monungai is getting 67 on 12. I mean, we're restricting them in the air, 78 passing yards. On the vice versa, we've thrown for 100 on 12 plays. Like, they've ran 28 plays, and they have 176 yards, 176 yards of total offense. We've ran 18 plays and have 130 yards of offense. Something to think about. No rush at all. Yeah, we're not. Without Trey, I mean, we might get a sack a game. Like, literally might get a sack a game. We had one already, and that was not on us. That wasn't like we were bringing the house. Here's a text from my dad. Is there a more futile team in the league? It's tough, man. It's been really, really tough. This game is drunk. This game is drunk. We have become a joke on offense and defense. Our offense, John, I get you're frustrated, but this offense has been fine. You know what else is doing fine right now? George and Mandy's First Marriage. Catch it on CBS and Paramount Plus this week. New episodes. It's America's #1 comedy. New episodes every Thursday, 8 p.m. I haven't seen a Matlock commercial. Is Matlock done? Is my sweet queen, Kathy Bates, done? Here we go. 1st and 10 from the 49-yard line. 3:40 on the game clock. Both teams have all timeouts. The handoff to Monungai. He gets to the second level and is brought down from there. And it's going to be a gain of 7 yards. Yeah, make sure to articulate that they're chip blocking, and that's why our pass rush is so bad. That's it. They're doing a really good job at chipping our guys. Caleb Williams got to roll out of the pocket. On the run, man, he's really talented, isn't he? Completes a pass to Colston Loveland. Man, he's really talented. We got some pressure. Made Caleb Williams roll out. And he threw a rifle. I mean, I know he's not very popular, and he's not really played well, but you can understand why people, when they watch him play, go like, this dude could be it. I mean, because he rolled out to his left, on the run, rolling to his left, just a dart to Colston Loveland. Just a dart. Can we hold him to 3? This will probably be the final play before the 2-minute warning unless it's an incomplete pass. Caleb Williams rolling out to his right. He's got to get rid of it, and he does just throw it away. So there'll be one more play before the 2-minute warning, 2:19 to play. In the game clock, 2nd and 10. I'm tired of, and it's not gonna change, so I should just get used to it. But I'm tired of, like, feels like every game we got to score 40 to win. Every game we got to score 40. Can we get an interception? Can we have a seance or not a seance, but can we like put the candles around and like wish for something? Get some witchcraft in here. 2nd and 10 from the 32-yard line. One man in the backfield. They hand the ball off to Monungai. It's going to be a gain of 13 yards. Okay, even more. And he just keeps moving forward. We had a guy meet him at the line of scrimmage. And he just slipped right by him. 17 yards. Show the replay. Who was it? Right? Yep, right there. Is that Barrett Carter? And that takes us to the 2-minute warning. I need a break. I need a breather, guys. Oh, my God. This team is just zapping all ounce of life I have in me, man. John, I hear what you're saying, brother. I mean, we're putting up 30-plus points on the offensive side of the ball, game in and game out. Well, since Joe Flacco's been here, last 2 games. So our defense has given up 27-plus points in every game but one this year. Every game but one. Giving up nearly 30 points a game. Over 30 points a game. It's you can't win. You can't win. Lane Jordan said, I'm starting to think that this defense could have some problems or could be a problem. Yeah. It's just it's not been fun. It's not been a fun time. We watch this team for fun. Isn't that wild? Like, we sit down, we sit in our chairs or recliners on what's supposed to be the day of rest, getting ready for the work week. And supposed to just kind of like, all right, got to get my mental right, eat some good food, get ready for the week. And how else am I going to enjoy my day, my little Sunday? Is I'm going to sit down and watch this football team that just happens to represent the city or the metropolitan area in which I am from or currently live in. And they put this shit on us every single week. It's hilarious. It's hilarious that we do this as human beings. All right. Cole Kmet going to the locker room. I'm going to sit down for the rest of this half, see if it gets us anything different. Caleb Williams hands the ball off to Monunga. Is that not a hold? No hold call? Anyways, it's a gain of 2 yards. He's pushed out of bounds, which will keep the clock going. Call a timeout, dude. Why are we not calling a timeout? Why are we not calling a timeout? Can we get a turnover? Can Caleb Williams make a mistake one time? Let's get a turnover here. We did. Okay, we called a timeout. Nice. Thank you. All right, we called one. It just didn't show it on the game clock. Mike Ditka. Maybe we just start rooting for a Tank and a Zach firing or even a Duke firing. I've already made my bed. I committed to the season, trying to win every game after we beat the Steelers. That was my promise to you guys, and I'm gonna hold through with it, thick or thin. 2nd and 8. Handoff to Monunga. It's going to be a gain of 5 yards. I mean, if they get this first down, they can bleed this clock and they can get an easy 2 for 1. We've gotten, what, 1 stop? What's on that sheet? Someone get like a telescope and just zoom in on that Ben Johnson's sheet. Away fans, and see if you can get the words up to the locker room. Let's do a little cheating, a little Spygate. Here we go. 3rd and 3 from our 7-yard line. Bears calling a timeout? Bears will call a timeout. All right, doubling down. Yeah, Monangai has 100 yards. What kind of stupid-ass play is Ben Johnson going to draw up here? You know it's going to be dumb as hell. And by dumb as hell, it's going to just trick the shit out of our team. Which is funny because they don't need to do that. They don't need to do that. They can just run normal plays and they'll move the ball fine. You don't have to empty the bag against us, Ben. Caleb Williams alone in the backfield. Looking over the middle of the field. Running out of time. Escapes one would-be sacker. As he's falling down, throws it through the uprights. Incomplete pass. Doesn't take the sack. And we're going to hold him to 3? Or are they going to go? Their defense isn't storming off the field. Their offense isn't storming off the field. Our defense isn't storming off the field. Got some pressure on Caleb Williams. Sent some pressure. A nice job. Man, it's going to be 4th and 3 again. Oh, so they are kicking it. All right. I didn't see him run off the field. To take a 17-13 lead. It's a short field goal. We have a minute 33 left regardless. It's going to be about a 30-yarder, 25-yarder. Sean Connor says it's a win for the D, all things considered. Absolutely, dude. In all seriousness, the one thing this defense can do to greatly improve their production is stopping touchdowns. That sounds dumb. Right? But if we can, they're gonna move the ball on us. Just point blank. Opposing teams are gonna move the ball on us. But if we can hold them to 3, if we can just get one big play, one tackle for a loss, one sack, can we break up one pass that just kills a drive and they have to end up kicking it instead of scoring the touchdown? If we can do that, listen, if they kick 7 field goals a game, I like our chances more often than not. I think we can score 20-something points. How are we still in this game? Well, we started off the game with a touchdown. Kick return. Can we get a touchdown before half and take a lead? Charlie Jones back there. And they are keeping it away from Charlie Jones. It's Taj Brooks who's going to return it all the way out to the 38-yard line. Their special teams, the Bears' special teams, struggling today. All right, can we get a touchdown? Minute 33. Fakes the handoff. Flacco looking over the left side of the field, trying downfield for Jamar Chase. Gets both feet in. It's a big 20-yard gain to start things. Did he get both feet in? 1, 2. You hear the clock ticking. So 1st and 10. It's a big gain there. We're deep in their territory, or at least in their territory. Just outside field goal range. We're out at the 44-yard line. Flacco can't take a sack. Wanting it all. Downfield looking for T. Higgins who catches it. It tiptoes in. 2 plays. TDT. What a play. Get Maus, son. Let's go. Now we probably put too much time on the clock. But man, what a play. Uno T. You can't stop us. What a catch. Both feet. T. Higgins, man. He's a playmaker. That's what's wild about T. Higgins. T. Higgins does, like Jamar Chase, you get the ball to him 10 times a game. T. Higgins, Like, I know we're saying, like, we need to throw the ball to T more often. T's really never been, like, an 8 catches a game guy. Like, he'll do that every once in a while, but he's just a big playmaker. T. Higgins is a dude. Kick is up. Through the uprights, we have a lead. It is 2017. 9 straight home games with a receiving touchdown. Middletown's own Chris Carter and Jerry Rice both on that list. Third guy ever to do it. But we get to sing the song. Hear them Bengals growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling, lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Run passer boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough, Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati, Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't gonna never let us down. Who they? Who they? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Who they? Who they? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody. Fire me up, baby. This game is, I mean, I know weed's legal in Ohio. This game is high, drunk. It's not sober. This game is wild, dude. That is the thing about our Bengals team. They are paying more often than not, but their games are wild. And here's a big return for the Bears, and it's going to be deep in our own territory. There's a flag. All right. That was going to be all the way to like the 45-yard line. There's a flag, which hopefully bring him on back. Come on. What a play by T. Higgins. Yep, hold. Douglas Pence, thanks, man. Have fun. We have fun here. Yeah, that's a good point. Joshua Morgan had a big return. I mean, it probably took, a play off the clock? 7 seconds off the clock. Just a reminder that Craig Sandlin and Andrew Collinsworth will be taking you through the halftime. I'll be back at the second half, and I'll be taking you with Craig Sandlin through the postgame. 1st and 10 for Caleb Williams from the 20-yard line. Takes the snap. Can we get a pick? Caleb Williams avoids a sack, scrambling around. He's looking for someone still there, and he's just going to throw this out of bounds. Hit some guys on the sideline. 2nd and 10. Reid, I am way behind. Did I lose? No, I'm here. I'm on YouTube TV, so everything's streamed. I ain't putting a cable box in this office. Second and 10. Under a minute. Williams. Sidearm slinging it. Zaccheaus. Gets out of bounds. 3rd down. That wasn't much of a hold. Caleb Williams gets a pass out to Zaccheaus, and he's going to go out of bounds. It's a 1st down. Geno Stone pushing him out. 47 seconds to play in the half. Man, I would love to have the lead going into half. Especially because it's their ball coming out. Would love it. First and 10. Williams avoids one sack. Osai almost got there twice. Incomplete pass. Someone banged up on the sideline now. Who is that? Dax Hill, who's had a good year, he's banged up over on the Bears sideline. So we're going to need a sub in for him. Golly. All right, 2nd and 10, right? 2nd and 10. Dax Hill getting helped off the field. Not good. Dax Hill's been playing well. He's on his own accord, so hopefully we get him back. It looked like he fell on the chains. That's what it looked like. Pass rush has been promising today. I don't know if they have. I just think Caleb Williams holds on to the ball for a million years. 2nd and 10. Williams steps up in the pocket. He's going to run it himself. Slides forward. He goes down at the 48. Their own 48. Clock is ticking. They've got 2 timeouts, and they will use one of them. So it's going to be 3rd and 2. They use their 2nd timeout. Caleb, you got to get to the first down, man. Landed on his shoulder. Optimistic John. We need a little more optimism out of you, brother. I get that I was down deep in the pit of despair like 15 minutes ago, but hey, we go through the ebbs and flows of this whole thing. Third and 2. $30 seconds. Williams takes the snap. Lobbing one up downfield. Completed pass deep into our own territory, well into field goal range and out of bounds. Good deep ball for DJ Moore. Did he get both feet in? Did he get both feet in? Timeout. Did DJ Moore get both feet in? Boom. I don't think he got both feet in, guys. I don't think he got both feet in. 1, 2. Does that... All right, they said that was down. All right, 28-yard line. Williams lobs a pass. Ooh! Almost picked. Almost picked. Demetrius Knight. Can't challenge Vandy. Yeah, but normally the booth challenges things, right? We are doing good. This is a football game. This is a good football game. Challenge. All right, 2nd and 10. I mean, we can't allow 6 points, guys. I mean, we cannot go into halftime down points. We cannot allow that. 20 seconds. Williams rolling out to his left, calling for someone to come back. Heaves it into the end zone, into the back end. It was for DJ Moore, incomplete, 3rd and 10. 12 seconds. They got one more play. They got one timeout, too. I think he was out, too. The only thing I don't know is, did he get that foot? Did he have completion while that foot was still on the ground? Because he lifts it up, but it's beside the point. They let it go. We got to keep moving forward. 3rd and 10. 12 seconds on the game clock. 5 seconds on the play clock. Man in motion. Williams takes the snap. Rolling out to his right. Has to get rid of it. Heaves it down into the end zone. Incomplete pass. They're going to kick. Williams took a big hit there. Santos already missed a kick earlier. Obviously, that was then the penalty. Who hit him hard? Got a good hit on Caleb Williams. Cedric Johnson. What is this, a 40-something yarder? 47-yard field goal from the right hash mark. Pushed it right from the left hash mark last time. And this is shanked! Shanked, baby! Ha ha! Dude, listen, guys. The only reason this game is even slightly competitive is because our special teams, and reminder, our special teams had that penalty that let them score. Without our special teams, we are getting blitzed in this game, dude. We return one. We make a couple big kicks from Evan McPherson. And every return puts us in good field position. Like, we are dominating one aspect of this game, and it's special teams. So we will take a lead into the halftime. There will be one more play. We'll take a knee. Woo! We're going to get to Craig Sandlin and Andrew Collinsworth here in a second. How in the hell do we have a lead right now? How do we have a lead right now? This game is drunk. Every Bengals game feels drunk. This is crazy. We'll get to the halftime show here in a second. Go ahead and put that graphic up, guys. Thank you.
All right, welcome in Chatterbox Sports halftime report. Andrew Collinsworth, Craig Sandlin here with you. Andrew, Bengals lucky to get into halftime, 20-17 lead. Bears miss 2 field goals. Bengals get a special teams kickoff return for a touchdown. Initial reaction, 2017 Bengals lead at the half.
Well, I have to say I was prepared to come on here and get really worked up and be angry and talk about how Zach Taylor's needs fired and how I hate this team. I never want to watch another game and all this stuff because that was for roughly 24 of the 30 minutes of that half. That was one of the more brutal watches. I can't fathom that they are ahead in this football game right now because it was so ugly at times. I mean, you talk about the penalties and the defensive mistakes and man, it feels like a miracle that we're up by 3 right now. And I also have to say it feels pretty good that we're up by 3 because this game could have really turned on its head. And this is also one of those games where they could be up by a lot more at the same time if you don't have the penalty on the missed field goal, if you don't have the penalty by Orlando Brown Jr. in the getting towards the end zone there. I mean, this game, the Bengals could be up by 3 scores right now, but instead we're only up by 3 because of those miscues. But at the same time, it feels like it's a blessing to be up by 3. Yeah,
they could also
absolutely
be down by what, 10 points, I guess, if they didn't have that special teams return and the Bears made their field goals. So definitely a interesting first half. And let's take a quick look at the first half stats. I don't know if Andrew's frozen or if I am, but hopefully it's Andrew, so I can keep talking while he tries to figure that out. Let's take a look at those first half stats and a quick breakdown of how we got to where we are right now. Starts obviously with Charlie Jones, takes the opening kickoff 98 yards to the house for a 7-0 Bengals lead. Ben Johnson goes deep into his playbook multiple times on the Bears' opening drive, including a double reverse wide receiver toss to Caleb Williams at the goal line to make it 7-7. Bengals get a field goal with 5:41 left in the first to make it a 10-7 lead. Then Cairo Santos missed a 47-yard field goal in the final minute of the first quarter, but DJ Ivey called off sides, allowing the Bears to go for and convert a 4th down. Zaccheaus would take an end around 15 yards to the house and a 14-10 Bears lead early in the second quarter. After the teams trade punts, a Bengals drive is set back after Orlando Brown Jr. is called for an unsportsmanlike conduct, and they have to settle for a field goal to make it 14-13 with less than 6 minutes to go in the first half. The Bears add a field goal with 1:30 to play in the half, extending the lead to 17-13, but the Bengals waste no time answering. They get a 19-yard completion to Ja'Marr Chase. Then Joe Flacco finds T. Higgins down the left sideline for a 44-yard touchdown pass and a 20-17 lead. Cairo Santos's last-second field goal attempt is no good, and that is your halftime score. Bengals lead 20-17. Joe Flacco in the half, 9 of 14 for 165 yards and a touchdown. Chase Brown, just 5 carries, 23 yards. Ja'Marr Chase, 3 receptions, 63 yards. T. Higgins, 3 catches, 63 yards and a touchdown. And Jordan Battle leads the way on defense, 7 total tackles, 4 of them solo. Note, Samaje Perine left this one in the first quarter with an ankle injury. Latest I've seen is that he is doubtful to return. Took a ugly tackle there on a kickoff return that didn't look good when it happened. So we'll see if Samaje Perine's able to come back. He did get up and run off the field before being tended to by the training staff, but still not a good look. And we will monitor that and pass along any info as we have it. So, Andrew, are we back? We're back.
I think so.
All right, we're back. Well, let's start with that special team spark. Obviously, Charlie Jones, before we even got off the air of the pregame show, puts the Bengals on the board 7-0 with the kickoff, and then obviously a couple of good returns on special teams, and then obviously Chicago with the missed field goal there at the end could have been a lot different. Feels like Charlie Jones is one of those guys that not even feels like. Charlie Jones has given you a touchdown a year, basically, for each of the 3 years he's been in the league. I'm the first one to attack Darren Simmons, but that opening kickoff surely was electric and was wide open. He had a huge hole to run through and was able to take advantage and give that Bengals the early lead.
Yeah, and I think Charlie Jones needed that a little bit because he's not exactly been, an all-star kicker punt returner early on in the season. Like you said, he's had a kick return touchdown in the previous 2 seasons. I was actually there at the one in Cleveland, and that was awesome because I was just getting to my seat, and I'm looking up as I'm sitting down, and he takes it to the house. So, it can really flip a game on its head to start out that way and really change things from a game planning standpoint. So it was really awesome for him to get us going. And then I'm not sure if that last field goal from the Bears was blocked or what, but Santos did not look like he hit that well if it was not blocked. I mean, that wasn't even remotely close to coming to the uprights. So yeah, the special teams is playing very, very well. And sometimes when you're scuffling like this, or you're having trouble keeping guys off the board or whatever it is, like special teams can be what you need to really get going.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was as shocked as anybody, and I couldn't tell on the replay if it was blocked. Reid's mentioned it a couple of times. CBS has gone with some interesting decisions as it pertains to camera angles and replays and stuff like that in this one. So they're having fun with this matchup, even though it's maybe not their top broadcast. But I couldn't tell if it was tipped. Zach Taylor and some of the D linemen certainly seemed like they were celebrating as if it was tipped, but nonetheless, field goal is no good at the end of the half, which obviously will give them a little momentum. But the Bears do get the ball back to start the second half, so this Bengals defense will have to be right back at it, trying to keep the Bears off the board and to maintain this lead. My key before the game, Andrew, what did I tell you? My best bets. I said T. Higgins.
70 plus.
Yep. So the line was 60 plus, was like the closest to even money, but I did that alt line to 70 plus with an anytime TD scorer. So his first half, 3 receptions, 63 yards and a touchdown. So 7 yards short of my official line so far, but good to get him involved. Obviously, spreading the ball around a little bit more this game, I guess, is Joe Flacco. 9 completions for Flacco to 4 different receivers. T. Higgins has 3. Ja'Marr Chase has 3. Yoshi has 2. We'll talk about him in a second, too. And then Noah Fant caught 1 for 1. But, I mean, T. Higgins may not be your volume receiver per se, but, man, can he make some plays when he's throwing the ball deep.
Yeah, and they've definitely taken some more shots down the field than they have in the previous weeks. And, Flacco has 9 completions for 160 yards. It's kind of rare to see Jamar put up 63 yards on 3 catches because we see him a lot in the short and intermediate passing game, but they've really been hitting on some deep shots now. And that's been really positive. In fact, I think Flacco looked a little bit not panicked, but he just didn't look as confident at the beginning of this game. He started to settle in, and man, can he really throw the deep ball still. So his touch and accuracy downfield has been a welcome sight since week 4, week 5, whenever they made the change to bring him in. So yeah, it's been good to see T. Higgins get involved in the passing game. It's been good to see them move the ball around and be dynamic in that sense.
Yeah, I agree. I thought he was tentative there in the first half, especially in the early on. I felt like he didn't really seem like he wanted to throw the ball too much, but I think it was really that kind of lob pass that he got to Yoshi kind of started to open it up a little bit more for him. And I thought he finished obviously the half well. He had those 2 passes, 19 yards to Chase and then 44 to T. Higgins on that final drive to put the Bengals ahead. So certainly hope that Zach Taylor in this offense will keep the playbook open a little bit in the second half. But, one of the main stories of this first half, Andrew, is the time of possession game. And Kyle Monangai was someone that we talked about all week long, and certainly in the pregame show as well. He goes 16 carries, 100 yards on the ground in the first half alone. Time of possession at this point, Bears nearly doubling the Bengals' time of possession, 19:24 to 10:36. The broadcast, the chat is saying, is kind of roasting the Bengals for not running the ball more. They haven't run a whole lot of plays, period, but only 7 plays, I guess, if you count Joe Flacco's run kneel down at the end of the half, but 6 rushing plays in the first half compared to 14 throwing attempts in a game that I thought that both teams would be trying to run the ball and establish time of possession. The Bears are doing that. The Bengals are not.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a different game plan than we definitely thought about in the pregame for Cincinnati. And I'm okay with it because it's working, right? I mean, if it's working out for the Bengals, then you might as well stick with it. But at some point in time, you're going to have to definitely try to establish the run again in the second half. I think that the Bears might have been taken a little bit by surprise by how much the Bengals were taking shots down the field. And, those corners are pretty solid, but when you have receivers like Jamar and T and you have them in single coverage like we saw on the T touchdown, I'm taking that shot every day. So it's not necessarily a huge surprise to me to see 14-6 pass to rush. It's more surprising that they've only ran 20 plays from the offensive scrimmage.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly surprising. Interesting note. I didn't even really think about it. The Bears have rushed as many times as the Bengals have total plays. Plays in the first half is extremely lopsided, which is to be expected when you have the time of possession discrepancy that we have right now. But the Bengals 22 total plays officially, while the Bears have 45 total plays. Total yards in the first half, 187 for the Bengals, 270 for the Bears. Bengals with 1 more drive than the Bears, 6-5 in that one. Bengals actually averaging 8.5 yards per play to the Bears 6. So offensively, they're doing okay. Not a whole lot in the rushing game right now for the Bengals, but I think they will take it, and they'll take a 20-17 lead going into the second half. Again, the Bears will receive to start the second half, so the defense will have to get that stop in order to maintain this lead. But Andrew, as we look forward to the second half and we talk about the keys to what the Bengals need to do here, what is your message in the locker room here, and what is your plan as it pertains to trying to maintain this lead and bring home a W for the Bengals?
Yeah, it's tough because I don't think you can follow the same blueprint from that first half and expect success in the second half. The Bengals D-line, I think a lot of people are going to look at this and say, oh, well, Caleb Williams is being flushed out of the pocket and he's being pressured and whatnot. But really, they have not done anything to impress me because I did not realize – I don't watch a lot of Chicago Bears games. Caleb Williams holds on to the ball for a very, very long time, and he's making some ill-advised decisions. They talked about it on the broadcast a lot. I think he got sacked by his own offensive lineman at one point in time. Like, I don't think that the Bengals D-line has played great, but they're somehow managing to get some pressure in there late on the play. I think that really comes down to the coverage down the field being pretty good from the Bengals. So if you can continue to try to place that type of coverage here in the second half, I think that you'll probably have more success like you had in the first half. Obviously, they give up 17 points. That's kind of to be expected at this point in the season. But if they're able to force one turnover here in the second half, I would feel a lot better about where they stand right now, because it's going to be one of those battles like we've seen where whoever gets the ball last is likely going to be the winner.
Yep, absolutely. So we'll see how the Bengals offense attacks this, as the opening kickoff is fielded by Devin Duvernay, returned out 23 yards to the Chicago 28. There is an illegal formation called on Chicago. That'll be a penalty against them to set them back to their own 23, and that's where they'll take over and start the second half. And with that, we'll turn it over to Reid Maus to take you through the second half. I'll join Reid post-game for the complete breakdown and post-game show. We look forward to seeing you there. For Andrew Collinsworth, we'll see you soon. Let's bring it home, Reid.
Thank you so much, Craig and Andrew, for the halftime show. And yeah, we're starting up the second half right away. Caleb Williams dropping back to pass on 1st and 10. Misses his running back out in the flats. I don't know how in HE double hockey sticks the Bengals have a lead right now, but they do. Reid Maus, thank you guys. Give us some likes. Subscribe to the channel. Appreciate doing this every single week. We get an off week next week, but we're ready to rock regardless. 2nd and 10. Williams alone in the backfield here. On the second play on the second half, Williams looking to his right, now looking to his left. Tiptoeing, he's got a lot of room to run with, and all of a sudden he's got to fire it and get rid of it to, I think that's DJ Moore, who gets hit in the back. It's going to be for a first down. I'll tell you what, guys. I don't think he's played well. He clearly hasn't played well to this point in his career either. And I'll continue to say, there's few players in this league that have the raw skills that Caleb Williams has. Like, truly, there's few players that have the raw skills that Caleb Williams has. Pulled hamstring for DJ Moore, but it's a fresh set of downs. They take over, starting back over by the 37. Under center, Williams will hand the ball off to Odunze, who will be brought down after a gain of 6 yards. Had 107 yards in that first half. Man, oh man. Had scoring opportunities on 4 of their 5 possessions in the first half. The Chicago Bears did. They missed a field goal, scored 2 touchdowns, hit a field goal, punted. I'll give the Bengals credit. I mean, after the first 2 drives to the Bears, they only allowed 3 points on the next 3 drives. So, 2nd and 3. They hand the ball off once again. And Odunze gets the 3 yards he needs for the first down, moves the chains, doesn't get much beyond that. Sean Connor, I don't do the worm. I will do the robot, though. I will do the robot. 1st and 10 out at the 48-yard line. Williams fakes the handoff and now checks down into the flats for Odunze's taking a hitting, licking as he gets 11 yards, and they're out to the 41-yard line. And once again, they're deep in Bengals territory. So 1st and 10, we need a turnover at some point in this game. Williams is going to have to rifle it downfield, finds Zaccheaus for a first down. We are making Caleb Williams move a little bit more this game than we have in other quarterbacks. We've made other quarterbacks do. I think a big part of it is Caleb Williams, I think, holds on to the ball for forever. But first and 10 from the 23-yard line. Can we hold him to 3? Fakes the handoff. Williams, check down, screen pass. Odunze, 12 yards here. I mean, it's just 10 yards, 11 yards, 12 yards, 10 yards, 11 yards, 12 yards. Just marching right down the field. Man. I mean, it's a delayed screen pass, and it still has plenty of time to work. First and 10 from the 16-yard line. Pitch play. They just keep feeding the rock to their rookie running back, and they push him. He's met a yard beyond the line of scrimmage and continues to go downfield for a gain of 8. I mean, this defense, dude. Oh, man. I mentioned before the end of the first half that a big way this defense can improve is just by keeping them out of the end zone. Can we hold them to 3 more often than we do? Because they're going to move the ball on us. It just is. They just are. 2nd and 3. They move Loveland into I formation. Hand the ball off. Flag thrown in the secondary. Can we get a penalty to help us out? It was a gain of 2 yards on the carry, short of the first down line. Defensive holding. Love that. Automatic first down. A defensive holding. Oh my gosh, guys. So 1st and goal from the 3-yard line. Fakes the handoff. Williams passing. Goes in and out of the hands of the intended target, Rome Odunze. Thrown behind him. He was open. 2nd and goal. They just threw it behind him. I mean, the dude was wide open. They're going to run the ball here. Offset eye. They hand the ball off, trying to find that edge is Odunze. He's churning those legs. He's not going to get there. Blow the whistle, blow the whistle. He's going to be just short of the goal line. It's going to be less than a half a yard. They'll get it on the next play. 3rd and goal. That's a good point, Nate Johnson. It's the first time I've ever seen a holding call on a nose tackle. It was clearly a holding call, but yeah, he didn't get there. About the half yard line. 3rd and goal. Can we get a penalty? Can we get a holding? Something? I mean, they're just going to run it right up this gut, and they're going to get it. Take the snap. Delay of game? Delay of game! Needed it. Love it. All right, now what? I mean, how do you get a delay of game there, Chicago Bears? Jesus. I feel like I'm cheering for them because it's just like this defense is not able. I mean, yeah, that's a delay of game. They even give you normally like a full 2.5 seconds to get the play off. So 3rd and goal from the 5. Can we hold him to 3? Can we make Caleb Williams make a mistake? Pick? Come on. 4 wide. Snap. Williams looking over the middle of the field, and it's a touchdown. Colston Loveland on a slant route, post route. And the Bears have regained the lead here to start the second half. 7-minute drive. Ends in 6. Yeah, I mean, they just shoved it right down our throat, didn't they? Not much else you can say. Okay. I mean, we knew we were going to have to put 30-plus points up on the board. You guys want answers on this defense. I ain't got them for you. Like I said, I've said it twice now. I just thought of this live on the air, but it feels like the only way this defense can help us going forward is 2 ways. One, we already know, and it's what's kind of was why they were successful in 2021 and 22 is they got turnovers, got timely turnovers, and part of it was because they had a much better pass rush back then. And then the second thing is that we've just got to be able to prevent them from scoring touchdowns. I know, seems easy, dumb to say, but the delta between a touchdown and a field goal are so great that if we can, they have 6 red zone possessions a game because they're going to move the ball on us. They're constantly going to have chances to score. If they get 6 red zone possessions a game and we can hold them to field goals on 4 of them, that's huge. I mean, that's still 26 points. That's what's wild. If they make all the field goals. Yeah, we need an interception at some point. So much for the players meeting at halftime. I feel like I blew a fuse at the start of the second quarter just because of so many bad things happening in a row. I mean, this game just is crazy. And every Bengals game is crazy. We don't have normal games. Like, if you sit down to watch a football game and you want to see just a standard 21-17 football game where each team's going to turn the ball over one time and there's really not a whole lot of mistakes, you're not ever getting that with the Bengals. There's going to be huge plays by both sides. It's just all over the place. Steelers beating the Colts. I figured the Steelers would beat the Colts. That's a pretty standard spot for them. Steelers just need to lose one of their next 2 games, and we need to win this game. And November 16th is for first place in the division. Now, the Ravens might also be there at that point. But all right, here we go. Returning it. They kicked it to Charlie Jones out to the 20. He gets laid out at the 30. Took a big hit. We have no safeties in one corner, says John. I'm more worried about the fact that we have 0 defensive linemen that are worth a damn. You can't do anything defensively if your line sucks. You cannot. It's not like offense where, like, if you have a bad line, you can kind of hide it with a good quarterback in some skill positions or an outstanding running back. You have no line, your team sucks. First play, offensive play for the Cincinnati Bengals in the second half is a handoff to Chase Brown, gets 4 yards. We are running the ball better, though. We had 4 first-half possessions, scored on 3 of them. Flacco over the middle of the field to Andre Yoshivas on 2nd and 7, gets 3 yards. It's going to be 3rd and 3. We got to move the chains at least once, guys. We can't have an 8-minute drive on defense and then get a 3 and out. 3rd and 3. Yeah, 2 effing field. The Bears had a game plan of shortening this game and not giving us the chance to provide on offense a whole lot. Yeah, we need to get more in the end zone. We scored 20 points and a half, guys. That's 40 points if you mirror it. Let's not kill this offense. It's the only good thing we have. Flacco, 3rd and 3, looking downfield. Finds, and there's going to be a penalty. Finds Tanner Hudson on the floater. What a dot from Flacco. I mean, that's a dot. Hopefully it's not on us. I mean, it's deep in the secondary. Normally those are on defense. Oh, yeah, they shoved Jamar Chase down. Yep. Defensive holding. Declined it. We'll take the big pass to Tanner Hudson. Casey, you only need 3 yards every play to score a touchdown. 2.5, really. 1st and 10. Audible from Flacco at the line of scrimmage. 10 seconds on the play clock. Is that Mitchell Tinsley out there? Flacco looking downfield. Got him! And there's a penalty. Throws it up for Mitchell Tinsley. Tinsley comes down, and it's DPI. Mitchell Tinsley can go and get the ball, folks. Flacco's throwing dots right now, too. Tinsley Town, baby. DPI, Mitchell Tinsley can go get a ball. I do like the Bengals fans right now that are like, Mitchell Tinsley needs to play more than Andre Yurchevas. I'm not saying that's a valid concern or anything like that, but also, like, on the depth of things that need to happen for this team to improve, that's like 32nd. So, let's... Someone saying that's a touchdown? That ain't in the end zone. 1st and goal from the 1, 2-yard line. Hand the ball off to Chase Brown. He's met at the line of scrimmage. We're probably going to need to go through the air. Stuffed at the line, 2nd and goal. Tinsley needs to be in every play. I don't know what to say, guys. Like, once again, worrying about Mitchell Tinsley's play call is so freaking low on my list of priorities as a Bengals fan. Like, it's like 67th, honestly. He's played great, though. He has played great when we've got on the ball. 2nd and goal. Send T. Higgins in motion. Flacco in shotgun. Surveys the right. He's looking for T. Higgins. Higgins with the catch. Is he in? Oh, they have him short of the line. Dude, he hit the pylon. He hit the pylon. Out route to T. Higgins. He hit the pylon. How is that not a touchdown? How is that not a touchdown? Caught. He hits the pylon with his elbow. His elbow hits the pylon. How is that not a touchdown? All right, they gave it to us. Touchdown. Love it. They gave it to us. T. Higgins, 2-touchdown game. We regained the lead. Craig Sandlin's saying that it's incomplete. Oh, no. He loses control. Oh, they gave it to us. Nice. Yeah! Sing the song, baby. You got to see the field goal. Got to see the PAT. T. Snap's good. Kicks up and through the uprights. We take a 3-point lead. 27-24. Hear them Bengals growling. Mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling. Lean and hungry and offensive brute. Run passer boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're going to cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't gonna never let us down. Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody. What the hell was that ref seeing? He hit the pylon with his elbow. That is crazy that you do not call that a touchdown. That is crazy. Criminal even. Put him in jail. Let's go. Can we get a stop? Can we get a stop one time? Hey, Justice, we're here to have fun, baby. Getting mad, getting emotional about a team that's just not won't even make the playoffs. First off, we'll see. We'll see. I'm high right now. Like I'm high on the Bengals right now. We just scored, so we'll see. I think they win this division. I'll tell you. I'll let you know how I feel at about 4 defensive plays. But let's just have fun. Listen, man. We sit down. We get 17 Bengals games a year. That's all we're guaranteed. Let's have fun with them. Let's rock and roll. All right, D. Do something for me one time. All right, Bears time. Now we get this is you want to say like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde? Like we get to have fun and watch this offense, and then we got to sit down and watch this godforsaken defense. Yeah, I ain't worried about fools that are getting mad about me and celebrating. Roly-oly. Love you. All right, first down for the Chicago Bears. And be sure to tune in this Thursday at 9 p.m. to George and Mandy's First Marriage. It's America's #1 comedy here on CBS. First and 10 from the 26-yard line. And what do you know? They hand the ball off, and what do you know? They get 10 yards. What's he at, dude? Second down, so he's short of the line of game. Already at 100. I mean, he's going to finish with 200 yards rushing. Manungai. J.J. McCarthy having a day. P. Ryan officially listed as out. I didn't think he was going to come back. Caleb Williams over the middle of the field finds Colston Loveland, and they're already deep in our own territory out to the 32-yard line after a 30-yard completion. God, I love this defense, man. We're going to have to pick them off. Point blank, we're just going to have to pick them off, dude. Just what it comes down to. First and 10 from the 34-yard line. Williams takes a snap, hands the ball off to Manungai. Brought down after a gain of 2 yards. Jordan Battle on the tackle. Not a bad tackle, not a bad play. We'll take that. 2nd and 7, 3:30 to play here in the third. Handoff. It's different back this time. I mean, we meet him in the backfield. 2 guys meet him in the backfield, and he escapes out of those tackles. It's Brown on the carry, and they get the first down. That's putrid. Britton Brown on the carry. As Monungai is getting checked out on the sideline. I mean, that is putrid, dude. I'm with you, Jeff. I'm being positive. 3rd and 1. What do you think it's a handoff here? What do you want to bet? They send Loveland in motion. They hand the ball off to Brown. Brown jumps over the line of scrimmage, gets 2 yards, and it's going to be first down. They're just outside the red zone out to the 22-yard line. Can we hold them to 3? Keep this a 27-27 game. First and 10 from the 20, in between the 23 and 24-yard line. Pitch play. And it's out to Brown, and he's just going to tiptoe right in the end zone. They ran 1 pass play and just marched the ball right down the field. Britton Brown on the touchdown. Let's do some quick Google searching here. Britton Brown, in his 3rd year in the league, undrafted. He's a 7th-round pick by the Las Vegas Raiders. In his career, if you were wondering, in his career, has scored 0 touchdowns. That's the first touchdown of his NFL career. Congrats. You got it off the stalwart Cincinnati Bengals defense. Jesus Christ, dude. We're going to give up 40 points again. 31-27. Britton Brown. I'm not moving the camera because I'm going to stand back up. I just need a breather. Golly. Oh, my gosh. How many leads have we had this game? We had 5 double-digit leads last game. Here in this one, 1, 2, 3, 4 leads. This defense, dude. 5 double-digit leads last game, 4 leads this game. And we're going to head into the 4th quarter down. They've scored on every drive but 2. And the 2 drives that they did not score were a missed field goal and a 3-and-out. They will need a pick 6. I mean, they're going to need a turnover is going to win this game for either team. Neither team's had a turnover yet. Like, we turn the ball over, it's done. They turn the ball over, it gives us a really good shot. They're up to how many rushing yards as a team? Because they take out Monungai. They put in Britton Brown, 204 yards rushing. As opposed to our 30 yards rushing. 30 yards rushing. Oh, my God. Brutal. Just brutal, man. All right. Taj Brooks returns it out to about the 26-yard line. All right. I'm back. The good part. Listen, we only get so many good parts as a fan of this fan of this team, and they are all on offense. So I'm going to enjoy the good parts. I'm going to choose to enjoy the good parts. Please don't let me down. We hand the ball off to Chase Brown. Brown's going to get 4 yards right up the gut. It looks like my score bug needs to be reloaded. There we go. So here we go. 2nd and 6. Flacco moves Chase Brown out of the backfield. Flacco finds Chase Brown for the first down. Out to the 44-yard line. It's a gain of 12 yards. Under a minute to play here in the third quarter. This might be the final play of the third quarter. It's 1st and 10. 40 seconds on the play clock. Flacco under center. Play action play here. We hand the ball off to Andre Yoshivas on the end around. He gets 4 yards. Will that be it? Switching fields, 2nd and 6. It's probably going to be it. Wait a minute. We're getting a play call in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're just trying to see if we get 5 free yards. All right, end of the third. I mean, it could be worse. At the end of the day, guys, it could be worse. But it is just hilarious. Put up your 4s. Put up your 4s. It is hilarious how we have to do this every godforsaken week. You guys ready for this? These are the points that the Bengals have given up this year. 16 to the putrid Cleveland Browns. That's the only game. Week 1 was the only game in which we had not given up 27 points. We then give up 27 to the Jags, 48 to the Vikings, 28 to the Broncos, 37 to the Lions, 27 to the Packers, 31 to the Steelers, and 39 to the New York Jets. And we're at 31 with 15 minutes to play. Likely will be 38 at the minimum. I'm going to take a gander around the NFL just because I haven't even seen anything. The Vikings are leading the Lions at Ford Field. They're up 24-17. The Panthers are up on the Packers in the fourth quarter. That's kind of wild. Panthers, a sneaky 4-4 team, like kind of a wild 4-4 team. I think were they double-digit underdogs in this one? Yeah, they're leading 13-6 over the Pack. Dave Canales, maybe doing a good job. Chargers up 10 points on the Titans, 27-17. Patriots beating the Falcons. I liked the Falcons in that spot. They're in the fourth quarter. It's 24-17. 49ers up 10 points on the Giants, 27-17. Steelers up 2 touchdowns on the Colts, trying to give the Colts their second loss of the year. Texans up over the Broncos. They were favored in that game, which was surprising. Obviously, the big marquee game's at 4:25. Bills, Chiefs. Chiefs are favored up there at Highmark Stadium. All right, guys, I said put our 4s in here. It's the fourth quarter. Got to get our 4s. They had to make some change, guys. I get that Lou Anarumo might not have been, but they needed to do something. So I do not regret that. All right, 2nd and 6 here near midfield. Down 4 points. Here we go. Let's start the fourth quarter. Flacco takes the snap, and he's sacked, brought down, and he loses the ball. Is it a fumble? They're treating it like a fumble. Instead of turnover, wins this game. Flacco strip sacked. And he's marching off the field. He knows he fumbled it. Yeah, he lost it. Yeah, that feels like that'll do it. I said Bob said I've jinxed it. And I mean, a turnover was going to win this game always. And they got one. Can we hold them to 3 and keep this a one-score game? Can we hold them to 3 and keep this a one-score game? Flacco saying he just dropped the ball. Hold them to 3. Come on. Keep this a one-score game. Yep, he dropped it. I mean, this poor offense. And they literally got to put up 40 points every week. Caleb Williams, double pass here on the opening play. And Williams with a lead blocker. They're trying to get the gut punch, trying to see if they can score a touchdown, rear on the first play. And they get 15 yards on the double pass. Was that Tyson Bagent out there? Yeah, Tyson Bagent. They throw a screen pass to Tyson Bagent, who immediately throws it back to Caleb Williams. And Caleb Williams with the lead blocker gets all the way down to, the 18-yard line? So 1st and 10. They're trying to put the death blow on us. 18-yard line. And it's going to be a screen pass. They're trying out all the trick plays. They're trying to win this thing right here now. I'm holding out hope that we can hold them to 3. Holding out hope that we can hold them to 3, guys. Keep this a 7-point game. 2nd and 10 from the 18. Al Golden, what you got for me, big dog? What you got for me, Allie? Handoff to Monungai, who's back in the game. It's going to be a gain of 2 yards. All right, 3rd and 8. Third and 8. This is a big play, boys. Gals. Children of the world. And the millions watching at home. The thousands in attendance and the millions watching at home. It's 3rd down. 3 seconds to get the play off. 2, 1. They snap it. Caleb Williams surveying the field, looking over the middle of the field. He's going to roll out to his left. He's now going to run it, and he's going to be brought down. That's huge. Best case scenario, guys. Best case scenario. We're holding them to a field goal. Makes it a 7-point game if they make it. God, that's huge, guys. Still one-score game. We're still in this thing. Let's go. We fumbled the ball. We're still in this thing. I said a fumble. Turnover loses it. We're right here. He's made 2 bad kicks today. 36-yard field goal. for Santos. Drills it. All right. 34-27. 34-27. Mono. We're right here. We're right here. That's huge. They got Case Keenum on their team too. He's their third stringer. That's wild. Lane Jordan says, being down 7 feels huge. I don't know how in the hell we are down 7. You know, the only reason, like, this is what there's something about football teams, like good teams versus bad football teams, that like good teams just put you away, right? They just ship you out the door, right? Like, you play the Chiefs, you play like this against the Chiefs, even though they are better than us across the board. They've had success, they've been successful. You play like this against the Steelers, they put you away. You play like this against the Ravens, they put you away. We played like dog doo-doo. We're playing against the Bears. So we're down 7. We'll see what we got. 12 minutes to play. Go for 2 if we score. Let's get in the end zone first. Let's get in the end zone. Oh, man. Deep breaths. Deep breaths, everybody. Right foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp. Hands on your knees. Hands on your knees. Oh, yeah. Go to work. To the left. To the right now. What is going on in my brain? Oh, man, I'm just catching up on the chat. Oh, yeah. Now it's time to get funky. To the left. Boston Blue tonight, just after Matlock. Here we go, boys and gals. Downtown Charlie Brown Jones takes it down at the 26-yard line. Is there anything that you hate more than when players are on the field like, and we just had a guy on our special teams unit just like, I hate it. I hate it. Even if you don't know what the heck's going on, even if you missed a mistake or someone missed a mistake, just that's like a big side. Just don't do that, man. Flacco alone in the backfield. Takes the snap. Looking over the left side of the field, and he's immediately brought down. They bring 5. They sack Flacco. All right. That was too quick. They sent a blitz. Yep. Just didn't pick it up. Second and 16. Gonna need some help here. Gonna need a miracle. Fake the handoff. Flacco once again in trouble, and he passes it out to Chase Brown. That's incomplete. Falls down to earth. They're sending some pressure here. Can we get Drew Sample in the game to help out? Samaje Perine's out of the game, so that's our protecting back. Can we get Drew Sample, someone back there to help out? It's 3rd and 16. Shit. Four wide. Tanner Hudson. 2, 1. Take the snap. They're sending 4. Flacco's got time. He's looking over the middle of the field. We got a first down. Huge. Huge play. Huge play. We got too many weapons, guys. We got a good distributor of the football. We got too many weapons. We give him time. We give someone who knows what he's doing. Did I cuss something bad? Did I drop an F-bomb? I try not to drop an F-bomb. Flacco on 1st and 10. Has a little bit of time, but it's quickly evaporating. Checks it down to Chase Brown and complete pass. Oh. I'm going to say shit. Am I not allowed to say shit? I don't know FCC rules. I already said it. I'll just say it again. Shit. Oops. Oopsies. Second and 10. So they're going to do it. Second and 10, 15 seconds on the play clock. We pass it off to Tanner Hudson, who's going to go 9 yards, get dropped down a yard before the line to gain. That's all me. I didn't know these rules. But we're in the heat of battle. Let Google know that we're in the heat of battle. They got other things to worry about with Disney. 3rd and 1. Third and 1, Flacco. Run the ball. Got a lead blocker for Brown, and he's going to have the first down. Gets just beyond. We're across midfield, out to the 49-yard line. First and 10. T's back in. Thank you for the update. Fake the handoff. Flacco dropping back to pass. He's going to check down to Chase Brown. He's got some room to work with. Chase Brown's going to leap over a man and go out of bounds after a gain of 6 yards. They went low. He went high. When they go low, we go high. Got to get in. 9 minutes to play. I mean, I don't like our chances even if we score, but we're in this thing. We're in this thing. Flacco fakes the handoff. This time, once again, going to Chase Brown. Chase Brown's going to be short of the first down. It's going to be 3rd and 2. Michael Easterwood, love that. Hey, even if we're not playoff bound, let's have fun while we're here. Let's have fun while we're here. 3rd and 2. Come on. Come on. 2 downs to get it. 3, 2, 1. Snap. Hand the ball off. Chase Brown's got some room to wiggle with. Wiggle with it. Gets it out to the 33rd. Wiggle with it. I can't whistle. We are bleeding a lot of clock for a team with a non-existent defense. I don't care how much time we take off. We just got to get in the end zone, dude. Seven minutes on the game clock. Flacco, under center now. Fakes the handoff. He's got some time. There must be good in coverage because he's checking down to Chase Brown quite a bit. They must be dropping back a lot. But we get 5 yards on the play. 2nd and 4. Get that play call in, Zachary. Where are we at? 27-yard line. 12 seconds. We hand the ball off to Taj Brooks, who is knocked down immediately. 3rd and 4. What's my heart rate at? My poor little heart can't handle this, guys. I mean, my poor little heart cannot do this. 3rd and 3. We get maybe a foot on that run play. Flacco. They keep running this play where they get a lead blocker. They bring in Tanner Hudson or Drew Sample to lead block. Chase Brown. Flacco. He's got to get rid of it. He just dumps it down. Golly. We try a pitch play. We ran the same play twice where we had a lead blocker for Chase Brown, and they tried to whatever they were setting up, they tried that play, and it was just blown up immediately. 4th and 3. It's curtains if we don't get it, guys. Curtains if we don't get it. Whatever play they were setting up just wasn't there. Flag? On us? Intentional grounding. Oh, my golly. Shit. Sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, Jamar would have been open, wasn't he? Just didn't have enough time. Fourth and 13. This is it, isn't it? We've already got one heroic play on this drive. We got another one. 4th and 13. Oh, we're kicking. Oh, we're kicking. And the field goal's up and through. No, it's short. 54-yard field goal goes short. Are we blown into wind? Field goal attempt is short. 2 feet short. What is going on, dude? I mean, what is going on? How does Evan McPherson miss a 54-yard field goal that short? And, like, what? Why are we kicking with 5 minutes to go and a terrible defense? I mean, I guess it was 4th and 13. Someone tell me if that's the spot you kick or go for it. I really don't know. It feels like it's a spot you go for it. With the way this defense is, I don't know, man. What the F is going on? I mean, what the hell, dude? It's a bad snap. I am like so just shocked. I mean, bamboozled. We've been bamboozled, led astray, run amok, and flat out deceived by Duke Tobin and this entire front office. And I, for one, have had it up to here. I'm at a loss. I am at a loss. Oh, man. The good thing is, guys, truly the good thing is that we have they're going to run the ball, and we've been great in run D today. We've been fan-freaking-tastic on run defense today. They are 20 yards away from making this a 2-score game. Maybe not even. Need probably, 18 yards? 20 yards to at least have a kick? All right, 1st and 10 from the 44. Monungai, and he'll have a first down and more. He's going to be in field goal range. He's out to the 40, 30, 25, 20, 15-yard line. Game. Game. Vandy81 says, might be the 2 worst play call I've seen. You have Chase and Higgins and run them to a screen. $5 super chat. I mean, they run a pitch play and they get 30 yards. And I just took a gander at what's above my head, so I'm excited to see this next play. From the 18-yard line, 1st and 10. They hand the ball off to DJ Moore, who's going to be pushed out of bounds at the 1-yard line. I think Craig put in there's something that went wrong on that play on 3rd down where it was 3rd and short, because they were clearly setting something up, because that was a package I had not seen before. We get a lead blocker, Tanner Hudson, Drew Sample for Chase Brown on those 3rd and shorts, and they were setting something up to take a shot downfield, and it got blown up. So we're going to get 40 points to what Cincinnati challenges. What are we challenging? That he threw it out of bounds? That's either a touchdown or a touchback. I don't know. Wouldn't that be hilarious if we challenge a play and they get a touchdown? Someone explain to me what that is. You think that's a touchdown, Lane Jordan? Well, it's a touchback, John, not a safety. Which a touchback would be great. Get the ball back. Wouldn't that be something? I'm just reading this. I don't know what the heck's going on, to be honest with you guys. 245 rushing yards as a team. Monungai has 175. TD or touchback? I'm seeing more touchdowns than safety or touchbacks. I'd really like. Yeah, it's challenging that the ball was fumbled through the end zone. I get what we're trying to do. It's just like, what are the broadcasters saying? Because I mean, I don't know, man. I'm beaten down. If it touches us last, is that a safety? I'm being serious here. Like, no, because we never had possession of the ball. Because it hit off our shoulder pad. Ball has to be inside the pylon, so I don't know. I don't think he was out of bounds yet when he fumbled it. But it didn't go through the end zone. Well, I mean, if we get a lucky call here, that'd be incredible, guys. I mean, getting the ball at the 20-yard line 4 minutes ago. I mean, just truly, if the game is rigged, they're probably calling into Vegas and being like, "Hey, who you got more money on, the Bears or the Bengals?" And they're like, "Well, there's more money on the Bears." And they're like, "All right, we'll give a touchback to the Bengals here." Oh, man. We'll see. See we'll come back here. Coming back. Ruled out of bounds at the 1-yard line is the call on the field. And the call is overturned. And they're giving it a touchdown? So I see the call is overturned. Yeah, they're giving it a touchdown. Okay. It's not listen. That's a fair challenge. That is a more than fair challenge because you get a chance to get the ball back. Also objectively funny that a guy that is on the fritz of being canned challenges a play that leads to a touchdown on a previously unruled touchdown. We keep a timeout, though. Guys, we keep a timeout. I mean, yeah, you want the positive spin there? We keep a timeout, so if we do something cool, I mean, what happens if we score here in the next minute and a half? Yeah, it's, like I said, it's not lost. Two things can be true. One, that's worth a challenge. Like, if you get a ball back, they're at the 1-yard line, that is more than worth a challenge because it's kind of a Hail Mary, right? Secondly, objectively funny. Objectively funny. We'll beat Pittsburgh in the ketchup bottle. That I feel pretty confident about. Charlie Jones returning the ball. He's going to go all the way out to the 34-yard line, and that's where we'll take over. All right, I mean, to do something cool, we're going to have to score before the 2-minute warning. Flacco takes the snap, checks it down to Chase Brown. Chase Brown gets away from one tackler and actually gains an extra 5 yards. He was hit initially after a gain of 5 and then gets all the way down for an 11-yard gain after the catch. They're running no huddle, 4:30 on the game clock. You score with over 2 minutes to play, you don't have to kick an onside kick. Flacco finds Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase out at the 40 to the 35, running, and is brought down out at the 31. Okay. Moving the ball, 2 big plays, 10-yard gain, then a 20-plus yard gain. We're out to the 33-yard line. Mistaken. Flacco takes the snap. Still no huddle. This time finds Andre Yoshivas, who cannot come up with the catch. 2nd and 10, stops the clock. 3:51 to play. Went over the middle of the field. Yeah, Yoshi just couldn't hold on. Second and 10 from the 33. Flacco, snap. They bring 5. Heaves it up towards the end zone, trying to find T. Higgins, and the ball just drops. I mean, he got a little bit of separation, just a lot of discord there. It's an incomplete pass. Oh, man. This. So 3rd and 10. Did T just not find the ball? Yeah, T just didn't. Oh, man, it was so close. So close. They bracketing Jamar. Flacco. Incomplete pass to T. Higgins. Just on a quick slant. Now it's 4th and 10. So we have first 2 plays were 11-yard gain and a 20-yard gain, and then it's been incomplete pass, incomplete pass, incomplete pass, 4th and 10. And this, the game's already done, but this would smell it all right here. And it's never good when the backup quarterback's getting the fans at a visiting crowd more riled up. 5 seconds on the play clock. Flacco takes the snap, surveys the field. He's got time. Finds Chase Brown. It's going to be a first down. We move the chains. Chase Brown refusing to go down. He's out at the 12-yard line. Okay, let's go score. Let's go score. Be quick. No huddle. No huddle. We got to score before 2 minutes. We got to score before 2 minutes. Man, I'll tell you what. I mean, Joe Flacco, like Joe Burrow, it can be 4th and 10, and you still have hope. Jake Browning never felt that. Flacco, ball is tipped up, intended for Jamar Chase, and there's going to be a penalty thrown. It's intercepted, and it's going to be returned to the house for a touchdown. It's going to be a pick 6 on the play, but there's going to be a flag thrown. Chase Brown brings him down. I liked how half the offensive line just didn't even care. Yeah, there's going to be a flag thrown. It's going to be DPI. Yeah, that time might have hurt us. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. That took off an extra 10 seconds. So DPI, first down. If they would have picked up the flag, I actually would have ended the stream point blank. You have my word on that. If they would have picked up that flag, I would have ended it all. And by all, I mean the stream, not my life. Just specifying. All right, 1st and goal. Uno hasn't scored in a couple weeks. Team's getting sweet on him. Please don't tell me we called a timeout. All right, the Bears called a timeout. I was joking. I was saying the stream. I'm way behind. I think the stream is just behind, guys. My broadcast is up to date. I have it live. My guess is your YouTube is just behind. First and goal from the 5-yard line. Send Jamar Chase in motion. He's closest to the line on 4 wide. Flacco with time to throw it. Looking over the back of the end zone. Finds Andre Yoshivas for a touchdown. Was he out of bounds? Yep, he was out of bounds. He was out of bounds before he was open, and that's going to be a penalty. Yeah, ref lost his hat, and they normally throw the hat when someone goes out of bounds. So what do we lose? 5 yards there, or do we just lose a down? Yep, he stepped 1 step out of bounds. So do we lose yards there? Yep, 1 step. It wasn't like he sprinted out of bounds. He just lost down. So we just lose it down. Okay. Flacco. And it's picked off. Was looking for Chase Brown. It's picked off, and it's going to go to the house. 95-yard, 99-yard pick 6 by their linebacker. Tremaine Edwards. 47-27. It was coming eventually. We knew a pickoff was going to happen. And we're giving up 48 points to the Chicago Bears. I mean, I'm just down, man. Oh, my gosh. Had a little bit of hope there. I'll be honest. I had a little bit of hope that we were going to score super quick. And for some reason, and it was just foolish that I thought our defense, with 3 timeouts and a 2-minute warning, we were going to get lucky. It takes real talent to throw 2 pick sixes on one drive. But we did it right there. Hear them Bengals growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a-prowling. Lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Run, pass, or boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals. Wait. No pass? Incomplete? Wait, was it incomplete? Was it incomplete? Wait a minute. What's going on? Timeout. Oh, they're saying he was down. I thought it was. I'm literally looking at this because it's just ahead, and I saw they took the points off, and I was like, whoa, incomplete. Well, he was touchdown. I'm with you. Chase Brown. That a boy. Way to save the season. Chase Brown saved the season by just touching Tremaine Edwards right there. Save the season. Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town, ain't gonna never let us down. And the handoff to Monungai from the 5-yard line. Now they break it up. No gain here. Call that timeout, big dog. And we will use our first timeout. 2nd and 9 from the 5. Let's see Monungai break the record. Casey, he's like 140 yards away from the record. He's nowhere near the record. $296. Casey, he's at 176. He'd have to get 130 yards in these final 2 minutes. He said it like 3 times, and I thought he was joking at first, but like, they're nowhere near the rushing. He's 130 yards off the rushing record. Craig is going to be on Postgame. Thank gosh. Because is down bad. And there's a false start. Can we get a safety? We need more than that. But can we get a safety? Oh, man. Rick S. Poor roster construction. That's right, Rick. That is right, big dog. 2nd and 11. Handoff to Monungai. And with that 1-yard carry, he's 124 yards away from passing the rushing record. Single game rushing record. We call our second timeout. 2:30 to play. I like these shots of these coaches where you just see the cheerleaders' butts in the background. Makes for a decent viewing experience. Third and 10. Pitch play. out to Britain, and Britain will slide down, make us call our final timeout. He might have been able to get there. Why'd he slide? I mean, I get that it's to make us use our timeout, but what? Can we replace Al Golden with AI Golden? Just use an AI machine that calls the plays out. Defensive plays. Replace Al Golden with AI Golden. Blocked punt? Blocked punt? Okay. They get the punt off. Charlie Jones trying to return it, and by return it, he'll just run out of bounds out at the 46-yard line. And he'll talk some crap. Shout out to Charlie Jones. All right. So here we go. 1st and 10 from the 44-yard line. Flacco drops back to pass. Finds Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase will have the first down. And that'll take us to the 2-minute warning. Ball on the 44-yard line. Kind of wanted to see us give up 50 points. Oh, man. This would feel so much better if we just beat the frickin' Jets last week. Like this would be what it is. Like we'd be 4-5. But I mean, we just beat the Jets last week. But nope. Instead, we've got to score a touchdown, get an onside kick. Hey, we've been bullying their special teams units today. Maybe we'll get a special onside kick, but we also got to get a touchdown. What have we scored in the second half? Like, we've moved the ball. We've only scored 7 points. We've given up 24 points in the second half. We scored 7. Our drives here in the second half. You ready for this? A fumble. No, that's to start the third quarter. My bad. Touchdown, fumble, missed field goal, interception. 2 turnovers, a touchdown, and a missed field goal. We have to be getting more yards per play than them, though. Maybe not anymore because we've been running more plays. Total plays, they've ran 72. We've ran 53. We've given up 500 yards of offense. They've given up 380. It's hilarious, dude. Casey just put this in here, and I've used this phrase multiple times to describe this defense. And that is historically bad. I don't think we should say that anymore because it's not. It is historically bad, but that seems trite. What it is it's hilariously bad. It is genuinely hilarious how bad this defense is. It doesn't make any sense how it could be this bad. Have we? I'm just looking at these teams. We haven't played offensive juggernauts either. We've played 2 really good offensive teams, the Lions and the Packers. Everyone else, not that good, dude. Flacco drops back to pass, avoids a sack, throws it out to Chase Brown. Chase Brown, get out of bounds. Chase Brown, get out of bounds. Chase Brown got out of bounds. Gets gain of 3 yards. Tough sledding. Tough sled. 2nd and 8 from the 42. Flacco. Passes it out to Andre Yoshivas. Just barely gets it out beyond the outreach hands of a cornerback. We're going to have a first down. Can we get, like, Jamar Chase in the end zone so, like, we can at least celebrate, like, Jamar Chase, like, Triple Crown or something like that? Jamar Chase has 5 touchdowns. Hasn't scored any. Didn't score one last week. Didn't score one this week. Flacco over the middle of the end zone finds Noah Fant on the post route for the touchdown. We're going for 2. We're going for 2, baby. Noah Fant. He's had some TDs this year. That's his 3rd. Noah Fant's been pretty good. Zach just saved his job with that TD. No, he didn't. I mean, if they were going to fire him, that TD changed nothing. 2-point conversion underway. Flacco takes the snap. Looking over for T. Higgins. We have it. It's a 6-point game. We get the onside kick. Make it really interesting. Ooh, spooky. Oh, yeah, touchdown song. Hear them Bengals growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling, lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Run, pass, or boot, and defensively, he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals, that's a team we're going to cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals, put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't going to never let us down. Who dey? Who dey think going to beat them Bengals? Who dey think going to beat them Bengals? Nobody. All right. Here comes the onside kick attempt. Fast forward, Reid. Felons, I think you're behind on this stream, dude. Like, I am with this score graphic. I am with everything, brother. And the onside attempt. Oh my God! Oh my God, we got it! Oh my God! Did we get it? We got it! We got it! Oh my gosh! I think we got it! Dude, I mean, it all takes the scrum, but I think we got it! Dude, I think we got the ball. It didn't go 10 yards, but they touched it. Get them off the ball. That's our ball. Get them off our ball. Just point towards our end zone. Yeah, hit off his foot. Hit off his foot before we touched it. Hit off his foot before we touched it. That's our ball. That's our ball. It hit off his foot. Right there. Our ball. Let's go. Come on. Flacco drops back to pass. Oh, my God, Chase Brown. Chase Brown. Incomplete pass. Dude, let's lock in. I cannot believe we're doing this, man. 90 seconds. We got no timeouts. We dump it down to Chase Brown. Chase Brown can't rein it in. We really needed that because I think we just wanted to get some yards to open up the whole playbook, but we're not going to do that. 2nd and 10. 1:39 to play. Come on. Let's win this thing. 8 seconds on the play clock. Flacco takes the snap. Looking over the middle of the field. He's got T. Higgins, who's brought down after a first down. We're across midfield. Clock's running. Let's not run 40 seconds, then run the ball like we did last week. Flacco takes the snap. Surveys the field. Looking downfield. We have an open T. Higgins. T. Higgins tries to rein it in, and he does. He's down to the 22. He's hurt. T. Higgins is hurt, but we have a completed catch. It's 1st and 10 out at the 22-yard line. This is insane. Come on. T. Higgins, there's a flag on the field. Is it going to be on us for having to call a timeout? What's the flag? It looked like the wind just got knocked out of him. I agree. I concur. Joshua Morgan. We need him out on the field. Mitchell Tinsley's good, but he ain't no T. Higgins. All right. 1 minute, 11 seconds. 1 minute, 11 seconds. First and 10 from the 22. Are they going to have a runoff? I don't know how this works. First and 10 from the 22-yard line. We're down 6. Flacco takes the snap. Looks over the middle of the field. Finds Andre Yoshivas. No, that's Chase Brown. Chase Brown's going to be flipped out of bounds. There's a flag on the play. I believe it was in the secondary. He gets all the way out to the 10-yard line. What's the penalty? It's in the secondary. That's good, right? It's a pickup of 16, so we're out to the 6. It's on the defense. Decline. First and 10. First and goal from the 6-yard line. Oh, my gosh. First and goal from the 6-yard line. Chase Brown gets flipped trying to hurdle the Bears defensive player. Flacco with Brown to his right. 1 minute, 3 seconds. They hand the ball off to Chase Brown. Chase Brown is gobbled up. All right, let's run a play. We're trying to make it to where if we score, it's going to be the end of the game. And I don't hate that. And the Bears will take a timeout. All right, actually, I do hate that. I know our defense sucks, guys. I know it sucks. We've ran the ball well. We've ran the ball okay. No, it didn't work. I do hate that. I hate that. I want 4 genuine shots at the end zone. Not a run play and 3 shots. All right, let's go. Second and goal. From the 6. Had a chance to win it for us last week. Came up short. Trips to the open side of the field. Flacco surveying the right. Looks over the middle. And he's got Andre Yoshivas! Touchdown Bengals! 54 seconds, it's a tie ball game. Let's go! Let's go! Yoshi, great game, Yoshi. Great game. PAT, come on. Snap is good. Kick is up and through. And you hear it? Hear them Bengals growling. Mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling. Lean and hungry and offensive brute. Run, pass, or boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're going to cheer to victory. Touchdown, Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't going to never let us down. Who they think going to beat them Bengals? Who they think going to beat them Bengals? Nobody. This is going to hurt like a MF-er. They've got so much time. Our defense is Swiss cheese. This is going to hurt so good. It's going to hurt so good. But I cannot believe this is happening. Oh my gosh. I cannot believe this. Joe Flacco, what a game, dude. 457, 4 touchdowns. Oh, man. And just who you want out on the field to ice the game. The Cincinnati Bengals defense. That's a big stop by special teams. We got him down to the 28-yard line. Oh, man. Guys. I mean, we'll see what happens with the rest of this game. But I jokingly said when Chase Brown brought down Tremaine Edwards on that pick six, Chase Brown saved the season. First and 10. They're starting at the 28-yard line. Caleb Williams drops back to pass. Surveys the field. No one open. Rolling out to the right. Fires it. Incomplete pass. Intended for Colston Loveland. Second and 10. Second and 10, 42 seconds. Williams alone in the backfield, trips to the open side. He's going to send Odunze in motion. Has to get rid of it. Steps up in the pocket. Rolling out to his right. Has to get rid of it. It's tipped. Falls down to earth. Third and 10. Joseph Asai on the tip. Felons, I don't know if we're getting pressure. I just think Caleb Williams might be really bad, dude. I mean, he might win this game. He's got all the tools in the world, but we're not getting back there that quick. Third and 10. Williams, 4 wide. 5 seconds on the play clock. 35 seconds on the game clock. Takes the snap. We get off the edge. He's rolling out to his left. Now rolling out to his right. Scrambling. Trying to stay alive. They've got one timeout to use. He's taking it himself. He goes all the way down to the 42-yard line. Gets the first down. They're out to 42. And the Bears will call their final timeout. What do they got to get to? Someone tell me what they got to get to. I mean, to have a shot, they're 40, 18 yards. That's a 57-yarder. They're 40. 57-yarder. Ah! First and 10. 25 seconds. Let's pick them off. Let's ice this damn game. Let's pick them off. 1st and 10 from the 42-yard line. 25 seconds to play. Williams. 4 wide. Sends a man in motion. Takes the snap. Surveys. Looks downfield. Colston Loveland catches it, and he's going to score a touchdown? How does that happen, dude? Colston Loveland. We missed 4 tackles and can't catch Colston Loveland. How does that happen, man? Dude, I don't, this can't be serious. 2-point conversion. We're in the middle of the field. Incomplete. We have 17 seconds. No timeouts. What did I do? What did we do in Cincinnati to deserve this? We were good. I was good. I was okay. I was fine. When Joe Flacco threw that pick and they returned it initially for a pick 6, I was fine. It was laughable. It was just more of what I consider. What did we do as a city, as an entity, as a species, the human being, primarily the ones that live in southwestern Ohio? What did we do to deserve what is happening or has happened today? I don't know, man. What did we do? Are we sinning too much? Is this a punishment from God? This doesn't make any sense. We take the touchback. We have 17 seconds. We got a quarterback with a really good arm. How does this happen? How does this happen? "17 seconds on the clock. Flacco. They rush 3. Flacco uncorks one downfield, and it's picked off. Is it completed or incomplete? Probably didn't have his feet in. Incomplete pass. Bears caught the pass, but he didn't get his feet in. Tried up the left sideline to get to like the 30-yard line. We've got what, two Hail Mary attempts? Second and 10. From our 35. And it's going to be a completed pass to Jamar Chase. We got 4 seconds left. Got one play. 6 seconds off, taken off the clock. We probably gained 14 yards. We're out to the 48-yard line. One Hail Mary. $2 super chat from KP from KC5. Bengals defense, new name, is the first 48. They did play well for the first 48 minutes. That is what people say. They played really well for the first 48 minutes. Flacco takes the snap. He's rolling out to his right. He has to uncork it. Floats one up. It's going to be 15 yards shy of the end zone. It's going to be picked off and taken down to the 25-yard line. And the Chicago Bears increase their record to 5-3. The Bengals fall to 3-6. 47-42. Me and Craig Sandlin will take you through the postgame here in 2 minutes.
Looking right around Huntley. He reaches. Oh, that ball's out. That's live. Back the other way. Sam Hubbard. The Cincinnati Kid. Hubbard's got a convoy. Chased by Andrews. At the 30. The 20. He will score.
To the end zone, down the field, and it is deflected and gone! Touchdown! A.J. Green!
Over goes back to throw. Men are coming late. Looks right down the middle. There's Eddie Brown. He has it at the 35 to the 30. He may go 10-5. Touchdown!
Now the Bengals Super Bowl chances rest on his right foot. The kick is up.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
is good.
Corey Dillon, he's gone. The knockout punch, you're looking at it. 65 yards.
And they're back to throw as the blitz is on. Goes long, intended for Collinsworth. He has it down to the 20. Touchdown! And Chris Collinsworth.
Touchdown! Wow! Chase is on the case!
It is no fluke. It is a fact. The Cincinnati Bengals are headed to Super Bowl 56. The play clock at 3. Shotgun snap. Carr throws into traffic. Intercepted. Jermaine Pratt has the football.
Yeah.
Coffin nails.
Bam! 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 How about that?
All right, Craig Sandlin. Reid Maus here, postgame Chatterbox Bengals. And I feel like there's a phrase, a cliche, like I'm at a loss for words, and it feels like a cliche more often than not. But I truly am struggling to wrap my brain around what I just saw in that game. Because for the first 3.5, the majority of the game, all the way up until the final 3 minutes, I was okay with where it was headed. I was cool with what I was like, hey, this team's not very good. I actually came to grips with the Bengals not being very good weeks ago. I keep hope alive, because they're going to beat the Jets, and then, they're going to play the Bears. And when Joe Flacco threw what originally looked like a pick six, I was like, all right, that's it, right? This team's not very good, whatever. And they just rope you back in. And it feels like in Cincinnati we have a tendency to lose games in the most painful way possible. I don't know if I've ever seen a loss more painful than that. Like, I'm genuinely, it feels like I'm grieving. My heart is sunk. My brain is mush. My stomach is in knots, Craig. I don't know how we lose that one, but I do know how we lost it. But I guess I'm saying openly here on the post-game Cincinnati Chatterbox Bengals show, I don't know where to go. I don't know how to do this show. I'm just openly saying that. I don't know what to do here. So, Craig, I'll hand it off to you.
I appreciate it not to me to try to figure out where to go with this. I mean, I changed this rundown like 4 times in the last 5 minutes, I think, because of the insanity of how that game ended. But, I mean, how do you get that high and then that low so quickly is beyond me. And PFF's initial report has the Bengals at 11 missed tackles in this one, Reid. And I think that's ultimately going to be one of the main storylines here as we talk about this loss. But Colston Loveland not only getting that open in a situation where you knew that the Bears needed a big chunk in order to get into field goal range, but then to miss the tackles and allow him to scurry into the end zone is beyond me. And you tip the cap to the offense. I get it. I'm sure we're going to get some great quotes from Zac Taylor in this post-game press conference talking about how great the offense was and how defense just didn't do enough and all these things. But, I mean, how does this team continually find ways to break our hearts, to lose games, to just completely implode? I mean, there's zero excuses in that situation to give up that touchdown. Zero excuse. And we're going to talk about it later, but I can't fathom Zac Taylor being your head coach in Pittsburgh.
So you made that take before the show. We've been texting all week, and you said you lose this game, Zac Taylor cannot be your head coach when you play Pittsburgh in November. And I'll be honest with you, Craig. I gave a big old eye roll to that on 2 fronts. One, I was like, this is the Cincinnati Bengals. Like, they're not going to fire a coach midseason. And 2, I was just like, I think I'm also in favor of when the season's dead, not running with an interim coach, because I don't want him to wrap off like 5 straight wins and then we like convince ourselves that Dan Pitcher should be the head football coach of this team. Like,
you don't have to worry about that. Darren Simmons will be the interim head coach.
Okay, well,
he's had plenty of opportunities to be the head coach, and they haven't given it to him, so I don't think we have to worry about that.
Okay. Well, if they win 5 in a row, we'll see. We'll have a different conversation when that happens, if that's what happened. But I rolled my eyes. The point was, when you said that, I rolled my eyes because I was like, dude, whatever. Sean Connor put this one of the chatters put this earlier. I genuinely do not know how you can go out of this bye. Luckily, they have a bye. Come and play in Pittsburgh on November 16th with both Zac Taylor being your head coach and Duke Tobin still being on the payroll. I do not understand how you can be taken as a serious franchise, which, by the way, we're already not taken as a serious franchise. I don't know how you can be considered a serious franchise with those 2 guys still employed by this team in 2 weeks based off of what we saw today. And it's not just the fiasco that took place in that final minute where we get an onside kick, take a touchdown, and then they go down in 50. It's the whole game. It's the whole season. It's what we've now experienced for the last 3 years. I do not think you can be considered a serious team, a serious franchise, if Zac Taylor and Duke Tobin are still a part of this franchise come November 16th in Pittsburgh. I am 100% on board with you in that regard, which I don't know if you're there with Duke, but I'm 100 on board with Zac, and I'll take it even further with Duke.
I'm on board with completely wiping the slate clean from top to bottom. I mean, I'm talking front office, I'm talking scouts, I'm talking coaching staff. I don't want another one of these situations where you go out and you get a new head coach, whether that's an internal hire or not, and then you keep some of the guys around because you think that they're good enough. Darren Simmons has been around for a long time with multiple head coaches. You know, you talk about whether the other coordinators are going to stick around or other coaching staff members are going to stick around. Like, I want a top to bottom complete wipeout, blank slate. Go out, hire somebody that you trust, give them complete reins of the coaching personnel. I'd love you to give them a lot of pull in the decisions as it pertains to the player personnel. But the truth of the matter is that this team is going to go nowhere if they continue to go with the status quo, which is Duke Tobin in Zac Taylor, because we all just watched it and people in the chat are saying it. Zac Taylor doesn't play defense. We get it. 100%. Zac Taylor is not out there giving up 47 points on his own. But I guarantee you this. Zac Taylor sits in that draft room every single year and goes to bat for the guys that he believes in. And every single year, this Bengals team continues to miss in the draft. And we can blame Duke Tobin. We can blame Zac Taylor. We can blame everybody. But the truth of the matter is that I've watched it year after year, and I've seen Zac Taylor and how he takes the lead in that draft room. And I 100% believe that he has more pull than Duke Tobin. And so, yes, I want to get rid of Duke Tobin as much as anybody else. But Zac Taylor is the leader of this team. Mm-hmm. Whether it's the offense that struggles, whether it's the defense that struggles, whether it's the draft picks, whatever it may be, it falls on Zac Taylor. He cannot be your head coach come Pittsburgh. He cannot continue to make decisions personnel-wise because we've seen how that works out. We did this last week, Reid. We don't need to do it again. The draft picks for this team have been atrocious for years, and it all comes down to Zac Taylor. The Bengals weren't this bad drafting when Marvin Lewis was their head coach, and you know why? Because Marvin Lewis in this head coaching position has input when it comes to the draft. Zac Taylor and this scouting staff have continued to fail year in and year out to bring in talent that can actually compete and make this defense middle of the road. That's all we've been asking for the last 3 years. Be a decent defense, and they can't do it. They're out there missing tackles, blowing coverage assignments. They get pressure on Caleb Williams. They can't bring him down a single time this entire game. It was embarrassing from start to finish, especially on the defensive side of the ball. I don't see how it can be that Zac Taylor is your head coach moving forward if you seriously believe that Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and all of these guys are your future, because ultimately these guys have a clock ticking. And whether you want to admit it or not, your window shrinks every single year that you waste with Joe Burrow as your quarterback. You lose a year that you should be a Super Bowl contender.
You are, everything you said is bullseye. It's you put it right in the middle of the dartboard, because you said this last week, and it is true that Zac has a lot of sway on this defensive side. And for those of the people that are watching this, for the people that are going to hear this podcast later on, that will say Zac is the offensive head. He's an offensive mind of a head coach. So are you going to fire a guy when the offense looks like it does? And this is the point of being a head coach. You said this last week. When you agree to be the head coach of a team, when you take those checks, when you take the praise when your team makes it to the Super Bowl and goes to the AFC Championship, when you do all those things, you also oversee the entire team. And when one side of the ball is as pathetic, not bad, pathetic, as this defensive unit is, when you are the head coach, unfortunately, you don't get to keep your job anymore, because you hired the defensive coordinator. You were in the room when you made those draft picks. You oversaw this defense because it is your team that you are the head coach of. So you do not get the pass any longer, and you shouldn't have got it from the get-go of saying, I'm an offensive guy, I'm the offensive play caller, our offense looks good. You got one freebie last year with Lou Anarumo, and Lou Anarumo is the defensive coordinator of the team with the best record in football, 7-2 Indianapolis Colts. So you no longer get that pass anymore. You oversee this team, and your team on one side of the ball is as pathetic as I've ever seen a professional sports franchise look. So yeah, I could not believe you. I rolled my eyes when you said that if they lose this game, he needs to be gone. And it seemed almost like you were projecting, I want this to happen, not this is going to happen. I do not understand how it cannot happen. I do not understand how you cannot come out tomorrow and say, we thank Zac Taylor for his service as 6 years as our head coach. Didn't work. We're going elsewhere. We're looking in a different direction. An amicable split. We gave you shots, brother. But yeah.
You can call it projection in terms of me wishing that that's what happens. You can call it whatever it is. The realistic like take here is I saw, maybe not exactly how this happened, because this is an insane game. And one of my concerns, if I'm being completely honest, is that the Bengals front office is going to look at this and say, oh, well, we competed all the way to the end. Look at what we did with the onside kick and we made it a game, blah, blah, blah. Like, I hope they don't do that, because that would be a terrible look. But the reason I talked about this is because Caleb Williams went out there and diced apart a terrible Cowboys defense. He did the exact same thing today, 280 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. The Bears offensive line is pretty dang good. And I went out, and I talked about this in the pregame show. I went out and picked up Kyle Monengai in my big money fantasy league because I knew this would happen. 26 carries, 176 yards. Like, this defense is so predictable that you know exactly what's going to happen week in and week out. So, like, how can you possibly come here? You can call it projection, you can call it wishing, whatever it is. The truth of the matter is that I'm a realist, Reed. I look at what I see on the TV screen, and I say, all right, well, this can't continue to happen.
So you're right. This cannot continue to happen. You just said a point that makes me crack up. You remember you said this defense is so predictable in everything they do, and you just know it's going to be terrible, and then their looks are predictable and all this stuff. You remember in the preseason when, like, the Bengals were patting themselves on the back like, oh, yeah, this defense doesn't look good, but we're not showing anything. We're holding our cards close to our vest, close to our chest. We're not showing anything. Isn't that LOL funny looking back at it? Like, isn't that
it vanilla on purpose, Reed?
Right.
We're keeping it vanilla.
Isn't that the funniest thing you've ever heard of now? Looking back at it? Like, and I remember talking in the preseason about when people would say this, and I'm like, hey, I mean, I get what you're saying, but, like, there's defense, yeah, you give different looks and stuff like that, but you're not going to, like, Ben Johnson a game where you're just running trick plays left and right and you're going to be a great defense because of all the plays. At the end of the day, you've got to get pressure on the quarterback. You've got to stop the run, and you got to tackle guys in open field. And that's just point blank what needs to happen. So, yeah, it's this. My mind is mush, Craig. And the point of this whole thing, this open of this show, because we'll get to the game and, you know, how we got along those ways, because first off, I need to also use the restroom.
Okay. I was going to ask you if you wanted me to do a full game recap. So you had
at least I'll send you a text.
We'll do
when I'm back.
Slightly abbreviated, yeah.
The point is that for the first time, it feels like it's not just a call from the fans. It feels like it's not just an angry fan base going, we need to fire the head coach, we need to get rid of him. It feels real that this team is going to have to fire Zach Taylor and maybe even Duke Tobin, because what we witnessed that whole game and in that final minute is so embarrassing. On top of losing to what is without a doubt the worst team in football last week, we've given up now 39 points to the New York Jets and 47 points to the Chicago Bears at home when you had a rejuvenated hope amongst the team. It feels real that all these things are going to happen.
I just love that we went into this 4-game stretch here, the Steelers, Jets, Bears, Steelers game, hoping to go 3-4 or 3-1 because we wanted to split with the Steelers and expected to chalk with the Jets and the Bears. And here we are 3 weeks later. We somehow sneak out a win against the Steelers and then drop games to the 0-7 Jets and the Chicago Bears after getting a 42-40 or whatever it was lead, 42-41 lead with like a minute left. And I mean, it's just it's a comedy at this point, Reed. It really is. And like, we legitimately, and we've talked about this before, like legitimately we love this team and we want them to succeed, and it hurts to watch this, but like I legitimately can't help but laugh. You might have seen me on camera like as I was watching the last couple of minutes, like literally when Colston Loveland made that catch and broke free, you just like it almost was like you were expecting it because of how bad the Bengals defense is, that you just laugh because, yep, that's exactly what should have happened. And you said it on the broadcast, oh, this field goal is going to hurt like hell. And then I was texting with some buddies. I have a friend who's a Bears fan, and I said the same thing to him. I said, man, this field goal is going to absolutely kill us. And then literally 3 seconds later, Kid Show can't say exactly what I said, but forget a field goal. And just unreal.
It was actually a field goal. Losing on a field goal would have felt infinitely better than the way. And also, I don't know when award season is. I guess it's January for like the Oscars and stuff like that. I deserve an Oscar, an Emmy, all the above, a Golden Globe, because that score graphic, that score bug that's always a play ahead of me. I looked before that play happened on the screen, and I saw the score change, and I stone-faced it for the best of this stream, like I didn't just see that, like my world had not just been crumbled apart, like I didn't just see an absolute disaster off on my screen, and I was just like, oh, and they dropped back to pass, and he passed, and I had to play a part. And I guess what I'm saying is I'm tired of playing this part. I'm tired.
Best actor in a leading role goes to Reid Maus for the Bears versus Bengals live watch along.
For a comedy, by the way, not a drama. For a comedy, correct? Because I felt like a origin story of the Joker, because I was just sitting there after it all set in. I just started laughing like a maniac, because I was just like, what else are you gonna do? We're watching this team, and I'm going to sit down on November 16th, even if I didn't have to do this show, and I'd convince myself that they're going to win, and I'm going to get upset when they lose, and I'm going to do it again the week after, and I'll do this every single day. But it's just it's hilarious, man. It's
well, the good news here is Zac Taylor knows it. Quote from his post-game press conference, quote, "We know there's going to be pretty loud noise out there. Criticism is deserved with the results we have." Well, Zach, I don't know if it's just criticism. I don't know if you're going to have a job when it comes tomorrow morning. We'll have to see what happens. But his post-game press conference, at least from what I'm seeing right now in the tweets and stuff like that, is exactly what you would expect from a Zac Taylor press conference. Quote, "We fight like hell every single day to maintain the culture we have. We got to get some momentum." F the culture, Zach. How about you tackle somebody?
Well, the culture's done.
We're working like crazy. We're doing everything we can. It's not because of a lack of work, lack of effort. This is the exact thing. And I love that he's not out in the media like completely bashing his team and all of those things. I wouldn't expect that from him. But the truth of the matter is that there's zero accountability anywhere in these quotes. There's no talking about specifics about how they're going to get better. There's no talking about anything specific about what led to this complete letdown at the end of this game. And the truth of the matter is that it's the defense. And I 100% understand. Last week we gave Zac Taylor a lot of criticism because he talks like an offensive coordinator. At some point, he's got to go on the record and say this defense isn't good enough. He's got to do something here. He's got to get accountability. Just going out and tackling dummies during practice isn't going to be good enough for this team to get better. So you've got this bye week. A lot of teams take some time off when they get to that bye week. But, man,
Zach might have a lot of time off.
I don't know how much time you can give the players.
He might have a lot of time off. I'll tell you this, that if he does stay around, if he is our coach on November 16th, then I will sense that similar to what you do in a season when your back's up against a wall on a season and you kind of empty the kitchen sink, you throw the whole playbook at them and you just try to scrap a win regardless. We could see that in the standard of a coaching where Zach, through his entire 6 years here, has always been pro player, has kind of been reserved and always been uplifting. And maybe it's not in his personality or him as a person to change it, but I can tell you that if he's still the coach here, I would sense that he would be throwing a kitchen sink at coaching, to being like, all right, well, I'm gonna get fired up and do those things, which is just silly to think about. But
I mean, at what point do you stop worrying about culture with a team of guys who aren't good enough to win in the NFL anyway?
Good point.
Like,
right. What are you trying to keep this locker room from doing? And it's like,
yeah.
well,
Are
it's
we
also,
talking about a culture where 3 guys requested a trade in the last
Correct.
week and a half? Is that
Correct.
the culture we're talking about, Zach? The culture where guys were missing 11 tackles in a game that you just lost 47-42? Is that the culture we're talking about, Zach? Are we talking about the culture where after Joe Flacco threw an interception, he went on the sideline and was laughing about it with Jake Browning and other players? Is that the culture we're talking about? Because that's what I saw.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know about you, but I'm glad the players like playing for you and aren't scared to play for you, because it's surely working out really well right now. All right, you want your bathroom break?
Would love one, Craig. Would love
All right.
one.
Let's do a quick. I'll do my best to not recap everything while also understanding that basically every drive resulted in points in this game. So
You give me like 2 minutes. It's all I need. So you do you.
All right, I'll go quick. I'll cover everything just for the benefit of the podcast. I apologize to everybody that heard this at halftime, but we'll go quick in the first half, and then we'll break down the second half here, and Reid will be back in just a minute. All right. Well, this one started with a bang. Charlie Jones took the opening kickoff 98 yards to the house for a 7-0 Bengals lead. Ben Johnson answers by going deep into his playbook, runs a double reverse wide receiver toss to Caleb Williams at the goal line, makes it 7-7. Bengals get a field goal to make it 10-7. Cairo Santos misses a 47-yard field goal in the final minute of the first quarter, but DJ Ivey was called off sides, allowing the Bears to go for and convert a 4th down. Zaccheaus would take an end around 15 yards to the house, 14-10. Bears lead early in the second quarter. After the teams trade punts, a Bengals drive is set back after Orlando Brown Jr. is called for unsportsmanlike conduct. They have to settle for a field goal, make it 14-13. Bears add a field goal with 1:30 left to play in the half, extending their lead to 17-13, but the Bengals waste no time answering. They get a 19-yard completion to Jamar Chase. Then Joe Flacco finds T. Higgins for 44 yards down the sideline for a 20-17 lead and a touchdown. Out in the second half, the Bears put together a 7-minute drive to start it. They cap it off with a 5-yard touchdown pass to Colston Loveland for a 24-20 lead. Flacco then completes back-to-back deep balls to Tanner Hudson and Mitchell Tinsley to take the ball down to the 2-yard line. T. Higgins gets in the end zone for the second time, putting the Bengals back on top 27-24 with 5 minutes and 19 left in the third quarter. Back and forth continues. Britton Brown pops one for 22-yard touchdown for the Bears. They lead 31-27. Flacco sacks and fumbled on the first play of the fourth quarter. Ball was recovered by the Bears. Defense holds the Bears to a field goal, and the lead stood at a touchdown, 34-27. An intentional grounding call on Joe Flacco pushed the Bengals back, and they attempt a 54-yard field goal, but somehow McPherson's kick is short, and the score stays 34-27. Bears take over with 6 minutes remaining. Kyle Monangai breaks off a 39-yard run, and then DJ Moore takes an end around 17 yards, ruled out at the 1. Zach Taylor challenges that play. That Moore fumbled through the end zone. The play was, in fact, overturned, but instead of it being overturned to a fumble, it was overturned to a touchdown. Bears extend their lead 41-27 with 4 minutes left. Bengals get into the Bears territory with three straight incomplete passes, brought up 4th and 10. Flacco found Chase Brown for the first down conversion. Then Jamar Chase drew a pass interference on the following play to get the ball down to the 5. After an incomplete pass, Joe Flacco throws his first interception as a Bengal. Bengals force a punt and drive right down the field to find the end zone with Noah Fant garbage time touchdown. Bengals go for 2 and complete the T. Higgins 2-point conversion, make it 35-41 Bears with 1:43 to go. But Bengals, they get a onside kick, bounces off a Bears player, recovered by the Bengals. Then Flacco finds Higgins for 12, then Higgins again for 23, down to the 22. Flacco dumps the next pass off to Chase Brown, who picks up 15 to the Chicago 7 with 1:03 to play. After a run play to try and chew a clock, Joe Flacco finds Andre Yoshivas in the back of the end zone for a touchdown in the 42-41 lead. After 2 incompletions to start the drive, Caleb Williams picks up a first down with his feet. On the next play, he finds Colston Loveland for a 58-yard touchdown. Bears go for 2 but don't convert. They lead 47-42 with 17 seconds remaining. Flacco's Hail Mary is intercepted well short of the goal line. Bears come into Paycor and defeat the Bengals 47-42. Bengals fall to 3-6 on the season heading into their bye week. Joe Flacco, 31 of 47, 470 yards, 4 touchdowns, 2 picks. Chase Brown, 11 for 37, 8 receptions, though, 75 yards. T. Higgins, 7 for 121, 2 touchdowns. Jamar Chase, 6 for 111. Andre Yoshivas, nice bounce back week for him. 5 receptions, 66 yards, and a touchdown. But the Bears, Caleb Williams, 20 of 34, 280, and 3 touchdowns. Kyle Monengai, 26 for 176. Caleb Williams added 5 for 53 on the ground. Loveland, 6 for 118 and 2 touchdowns. DJ Moore, 4 for 72. Zaccheaus, 6 for 58 and a touchdown. Caleb Williams caught 2 balls, 22 yards, and a touchdown. And that was it for the scoring. 47-42 is your final. And I know we've already kind of talked about it some, Reid, obviously, but we got to talk about the defense yet again. I know we've talked about it at ends at this point, but the truth of the matter is that you give up this number of points, you're going to be the main talking point every week as long as you do it. So we had the conversation about Zach Taylor's hot seat. How hot should Al Golden's seat be at this point?
I mean, like, listen, it's. I don't think he should be fired in this regard. Like, I don't think he should be fired just because you need someone to be the DC for the rest of the season. But if we fire Zach Taylor, let him bring in whoever he wants to bring in, right? Like, then his job. But like, at this point, just I mean, you need to fill the staff. You need to fill the team. So just let it happen. I guess I don't care either way. If you want to fire him, fire him. Who cares? Clean the whole slate. Let someone else get some experience so that on their resume they could say I was the interim defensive coordinator for the Cincinnati Bengals in 2025. Sure, whatever. But the point is, when you play 2 games at home against a team that probably come season's end will have a combined 11 wins, 12 wins maybe, and you give up a combined 500 plus rushing yards in those 2 games at home, that's not a serious defense. Like, we keep throwing around this phrase. I said this on the live stream, that last year and this year, the Bengals have had a historically bad defense, which is true. There's no doubt about it. That is true. But the better way to phrase it, the better word in our constant search to accurately find the best words to describe things, the better word to describe this defense is it's not only historically bad, it is hilariously bad. Because when your team plays the way that they do, when this defense plays the way that they do, at the end of the game, there's nothing you can do other than just laugh. Just take a big old chuck it up. And you know what? Zach Taylor and Al Golden and Duke Tobin and Dan Pitcher and this entire coaching staff, they should too. Because they are running a scam on this city for their $1 million contracts. It is a scam. What they're doing to this team, what they're doing to this city that has garnered $1 million contracts, it's a scam, is what it is. Because I've never coached football. This is such a tired thing that people say. This is such a tired thing that fans say. When they're like, I could call plays better than them. I could have better play call. I could coach better than them. I genuinely think my Great Pyrenees, who is the dumbest dog I've ever met in my life, could have similar defensive output if you gave him Al Golden's play sheet and put a headset on him. It is Halloween. It would be Halloween. That's what rookie the Great Pyrenees dog's gonna be. He's gonna be Al Golden. Yeah, that's just it is hilariously bad. And then the same way that I started this point is how I'll end it. When you play 2 games at home against 2 teams, the New York Jets and the Chicago Bears, who at season's end will have less than 12 wins combined between them, you cannot give up 500 rushing yards, especially when one of them isn't even having their starting running back. It is not serious. It is not. It's so far beyond non-competitive that once again, in our constant quest to find the best words to describe, I'm at a loss. I'm going to have to open up a thesaurus to describe how non-competitive this defense is at times, Craig.
Yeah, I don't even know where to start here. I'll start with the CBS graphic that they put up at the end of the game, Reid, that I'm sure you saw.
Is it for Matlock?
Defense, no. This defense, 27 plus points allowed in 8 straight games. The opponent red zone TD percentage up over 70%. Chicago today was 4 for 5. And they've allowed 500 plus yards in the last 2 games, which is the first time they've done that since 2018. And it wasn't just 500 yards. It was 576 total yards. And the reason I was laughing a little bit there towards the end, video coming out now or shortly ago, Ja'Marr Chase, as he's walking to the locker room, 1 effing stop is the comment from Ja'Marr Chase. So that culture that Zach Taylor is building is really wearing off really well on the offense as they continue to put up historically good numbers while the defense continues to put up historically terrible numbers. And it just the answer is not clear at this point. The answer is that this is, if we're being brutally honest, Reid, this is a multi-year rebuild.
Oh,
yeah. On the defense. This is not something that they are going to address in the draft and in free agency and expect to be competitive next year. This is a multi-year rebuild. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. I would love our next head coach to be defensive minded and bring in an O coordinator who understands how to utilize these players, use the creativity that we saw from Ben Johnson. And I firmly believe that you don't need an offensive head coach with the talent that you have on this team to be successful. Go out, get a defensive head coach, let them get this defense in a much better position, and let this offense cook under an offensive coordinator that can actually put together a game plan to maybe chew some clock in a game that ended up 47-42. Maybe, just maybe, a brilliant idea here, Zach. Maybe you try to run the ball more than 15 times in a game like this.
I'll get to
and
that point.
Not with a minute left when you're trying to quote unquote chew clock and make them burn timeouts.
I'll get to that point later. But it is, I'll say this. It is, when people don't like the NFL, they use this same phrase over and over again. It's a copycat league. Oh, it's a copycat league. But it is funny when if you follow the NFL long enough, you will see these trends. And what happens is everyone follows these trends, then someone counters it and is successful. Then everyone follows that trend and someone counters it and be successful. And what I'm talking about is what you just said, a defensive head coach. For years, for the last 5-6 years, because of guys like Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan, when you went to go hire a head coach, you wanted the offensive guy. You wanted the young, hot guru that's going to make your team great. And then every team followed that mold. From the Bengals down to the Panthers, down to everyone. The Bears, Ben Johnson. Everyone followed that mold. And now, because of what we're seeing in New England, because of what we saw with the Los Angeles Chargers and Jim Harbaugh, you are seeing teams, and I know Jim Harbaugh's an offensive guy, but he's kind of got the grizzled persona. He's not some young, hotshot offensive coordinator. Because of guys like Vrabel, and I think Vrabel might even be an offensive guy. But the point is that you wanted a hard-nosed guys. D'Amico Ryan with Houston Texans. You want these guys that are the counter of those young, hot offensive guys. These guys that are going to build a hard-nosed culture and develop these things. And, yeah, I'm on board. The problem is now all these guys, all these teams that I want an established guy that, has some defensive success. Those guys are few and far to come by because they're the wanted. They're the house on the block that everyone wants to buy. So I don't know who that is, but I'm with you. I'm on board because it seems pretty clear that with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and a competent guy that can distribute the ball, this offense is going to put up a lot of points. So I'm on board with getting that defensive guy. And I said this on Off the Bench this week, and I said it on the show last week, that if any of the guys in our division come available, I want them. Sans Kevin Stefanski, John Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin. But yeah, it's pretty clear that this team is so far away defensively that we need someone that knows defense and knows playmakers on defense to have a heavy hand in drafting those guys to this team.
What'll be interesting to see is whether or not they're willing to go, and maybe willing is not the right word, but will they go with one of those like grizzled veteran coaches like Spags, like a Jim Schwartz in Cleveland, who's obviously had a really high quality defense there for years. Even like a Jeff Hafley in Green Bay, who hasn't necessarily been in the NFL for a long time, but obviously has that Green Bay defense playing really well and was a head coach previously. Or will they try and find the next young up-and-coming guy that they can pay bottom half of the league like they did with Zach Taylor and just hope that they strike iron? And that'll be the real telltale here of how serious Mike Brown is and KD Blackburn and this entire Bengals ownership group when it comes to finding a solution. Because if they go out and they try to find, and again, they could absolutely strike iron with a young guy who we've never heard of before. Don't get me wrong. They did pretty well with Zach in the first couple of years. But the truth of the matter is that I think if you're serious here, the answer is one of those guys that already has proven themselves at the NFL level, not just a 1 or 2 year kind of early in their career fluky guy. And that'll be what's interesting, because from a quote unquote culture perspective, the younger guys might be a better fit, but from a winning and a team building, like personnel perspective, those older guys might have a better viewpoint on that piece of it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because we're clearly heading down the path of Zach Taylor's not going to be our head coach here next year. I don't know about on November 16th, but we're clearly heading down that path, and that's where does this team go? Because I'm just off the top of my head, off the rip, some guys that are established. You named a couple that are defensive guys. There's some other guys that are established that are offensive guys, which wouldn't fit into the mold of what we're talking about here. Then there's some young guys. One hot name that is being thrown around a lot, and he has a connection to Cincinnati, is Jesse Minter from the Chargers. He went to school here in Cincinnati. He went to Mount St. Joseph University. So that's something to keep in mind. It'll be interesting, but you are right in the fact that it feels likely that the Bengals will cheap out when it comes to whoever we hire when that time comes. And I guess we're doing a lot of projecting, assuming that Zach Taylor gets fired, because who knows with this franchise? It just feels like this is going to happen at some point. It will be interesting if the noise gets so loud around this team, because that's a common complaint. Pay a head coach. Get a serious guy like the Broncos did, like the Patriots did, like the Chargers did. And maybe they will surprise us and hire something, but
yeah,
it feels so far away.
And you look at a lot of the people like to say, oh, well, they let Marvin Lewis stick around for 16 years or whatever that number was. And I understand that. I do. And, you look at Marvin Lewis's early in his tenure, and he won the AFC North in 2005, and then lost in the wild card game to the Steelers. And then he went 8-8, 7-9, and then 4-11. And it almost feels like we're on a similar trajectory with Zach Taylor, right? Zach obviously had the 2 AFC championship appearances, the Super Bowl appearance, but like from that perspective, you have success early on, and then you kind of have a couple of years where you fall back. But the Bengals allowed Marvin Lewis to stick around, and the question is whether or not they do the same with Zac Taylor. Now, Marvin Lewis turned around and made the playoffs in 6 of the next 7 years, and it worked out okay for the Bengals in that regard, but they also didn't win a single playoff game in those 6 years. And then at the end, Marvin went 6-9-1, 7-9, and 6-10, and that was the end of it. It's just a matter of, will the Bengals bite the bullet like they did at the end of Marvin's career where they had 3 poor years, or will they view it similar to the early years of Marvin where he had 3 poor years and then turned it around and made the playoffs 6 times in 7 years?
The difference between Marvin and Zach is Marvin's team, though the lack of playoff success they had, they never felt elementary. They never felt completely inept. They never felt like they didn't deserve to be on that field, like a lot of these defensive units and these Bengals teams have felt through the first 2 years of Zac Taylor's career and now this year, to where we are now 3-6. We've lost 6 of 7. We've given up 27 points or more in 8 of 9 games. And to be quite frank, in 9 games this year, they have played well once. I'll give them twice at most. But in the 6 losses, all 6 losses have been embarrassing in one way or the other, have been absolutely embarrassing. And you can say a lot of things about Marvin Lewis, but week after week, his teams did not look embarrassing. They constantly looked, they played professional football. They did not look embarrassing. So that's why this feels different, to where, yeah, you kept Marvin around for 18 years. Yeah, well, the teams didn't look like this. So that's why it feels drastically different about Zac Taylor.
Yeah, that's valid. I want to get to some super chats, Reid, and we'll get your response to some of these, but want to make sure that we acknowledge it. We certainly appreciate all of the support that we've had throughout the entire day, watching along with Reid and living and dying just like Reid has been on this live stream. So we'll start with KP from KC5 with the $2 super chat. Bengals defense new name is First 48 as they give up 48 points. JQ with the $2 super chat. Don't matter who the coach is, not this year, but I think if you want any hope of rebuilding and getting back to the promised land, it does matter because of that input in the draft room. Ben Riley with a $10 super chat. I was keeping a running list of comedic errors, and it was roughly 24 at least. That being said, the last week, our crime was not scoring 40. This time, it was not scoring, kids show, 50 points. It's rough back-to-back week showings for this defense for sure. Colin Will, member for 16 months. Appreciate your support, Colin. If you're not a member yet, make sure you subscribe and join Nutcutter Nation. Certainly helps us keep putting out great content for you. Team reflects the personality. I love this super chat, by the way. I appreciate you, Colin. The team reflects the personality of their head coach, and the truth is that Zac Taylor's team has been soft, lacks attention to detail, and makes boneheaded decisions and mistakes in crunch time. And I got to be honest with you, Reid, it's true. We haven't really talked about it, but Zac's persona is exactly that. Whether it's in a locker room after a loss and he's handing out the game balls, whether it's a post-game press conference, whether it's in a game, that is Zac Taylor. And you look at this defense, they certainly are not hard-headed, tough players. So I think it's a great point by Colin.
No, that's a great point, and that's true in all aspects of life. Every organization, every community, every team, every family reflects the personality of its leaders. I act incredibly similar to my dad. My siblings act incredibly similar to my dad. We act a lot similar to our bosses here at Chatterbox Sports because that's just how it is. That just teams, families, organizations reflect their leadership. And when we've seen the same thing now for 6 years under Zac Taylor, it's pretty clear there's not going to be some coming to God moment with Zac Taylor and how he coaches his team that it's going to switch and turn. So, yeah, Nail on the head there, Colin.
Yep. Harrow says, "Do the dance for us, Reid."
There you go. Thanks for your support, Hara.
JQ chimes back in. Jamar Chase has more tackles than Shamar Stewart. I checked. Shamar Stewart got 1 solo tackle today, though, Reid. So shout out to Shamar for that.
Yippee!
And he chimed back in again with another $2 super chat. "You're crazy. Bengals will not pay a coach." And I tend to agree. For all those people that think they're going to go out and hire John Gruden and pay him $8 to $10 million a year, I find that very hard to believe that that will be your next head coach. And I know a lot of people would love to see John Gruden on the sidelines. I think there's some people that would hate to see John Gruden on the sidelines. But the truth of the matter is, at least in my perspective, John Gruden, not a candidate for the 2026 Bengals head coaching job or beyond. All right, Reid. Yeah. Okay. All right, cool. I guess the real question now, Reid, is how do the Bengals attack the next 2 weeks? Obviously, we talked a lot about the coaching staff and whether or not their seats are hot. We talked about it on the pregame show today, though, that there were reports that if the Bengals were to lose today, that they may become more open to trading guys like Trey Hendrickson. It's obviously a belief that Logan Wilson could be moved, Cam Taylor-Britt, amongst others. The trade deadline is on Tuesday, so make sure you keep your calendar open for the next 2 days, Reid, because we may have to jump on live to cover some breaking news. But if you're the Bengals front office, or maybe if you're not the Bengals front office, what does the next 2 days look for you? And then what does the next 2 weeks look like for you?
If I'm the Bengals front office, when I say clean it up, clean the house, yes, do it all. You get rid of Zach, get rid of Duke. Well, I guess you got to keep Duke around to at least facilitate these trades.
Yeah,
how
I mean, you look at the Dolphins. I mean, they just fired their GM, Chris Greer.
Yeah.
And they're expected to be very active at the deadline. But they also have an assistant that I think a lot of people are high on that may end up being their GM anyway. So it might be a bit of a different situation. But
just based off the way these last 2 weeks went, I think it's very likely now. I think it is very likely that the Bengals get rid of Trey Hendrickson and part ways with Logan Wilson. And, I mean, maybe even McKinley Jackson, who asked to be moved. Like, all these pieces, like, I think that there's a high likelihood now because they see what we've now seen really since week 3, which is this team's not very competitive. We can get excited when we beat the Steelers. We can get excited that we almost won 2 games against the Jets and the Bears, but it's done. It's 3-6. The season's over. Joe can come back in December, and we can win those last 3 games, and it'll be whatever. But part with the pieces that you don't think are going to be here next year anyways, and see if we can get extra draft picks. Because I'll tell you right now that if we bring in a new coach, he's going to like those. Whether it be another second-round pick for Trey Hendrickson, which seems incredibly wishful thinking with the way that he's been banged up and because we are not in a good position to leverage the deal. Yeah, it just get as many draft picks in here and spend them all on the defense and see where we can go. See where we can go into next year, and man, the wind is just out of the sails, and you got to get rid of it all. You got to get rid of it all.
Yeah, you got to do whatever you can to set up your next head coach for success, and that means that you've got to stockpile picks, and hopefully team is desperate enough to give you a first rounder for Trey, but I think at this point you got to settle for probably a second or a third plus some. Certainly Logan Wilson is under contract at a pretty decent clip, so it'll be interesting to see what you can get for him. McKinley Jackson, literally, if somebody will just take him for a 7th, you're taking that all day. It'll be interesting to see. And if there are other players as well that could be contributors elsewhere that are on expiring deals that are of interest that haven't been mentioned yet, then certainly you have to explore those as well. And I don't know exactly who would be intriguing to people when it comes to the trade deadline.
I don't know what our deals are with offensive players like Noah Fant. Like, is Noah Fant on a 2-year deal? Like,
well, I'm wondering about guys like Joseph Asai.
Yeah.
Obviously, You extended Ted Karras, so I don't know that he's an option, but Geno Stone, I think, is up at the end of the year. Noah Fant, you brought him in for a 1-year deal. At this point, doesn't really help anything. So, I mean, you got to listen on basically anything, right? I mean, if anybody's going to give you anything for a guy who on an expiring contract, then we'll see you later. And even some guys that are maybe under contract for next year too, if they're not part of the long-term solution, you got to listen on them too. I mean, TJ Slaton, OBJ. I wouldn't turn down calls for basically anybody. Is there anybody on the team right now that you're not even listening to options on right now?
I think you should always listen to calls because there's always a price, right? We love Joe Burrow here in Cincinnati, but if some team offers if the Kansas City Chiefs offered us Patrick Mahomes and 4 first-round picks for Joe Burrow, you make the trade. Like, there's always a price. As absurd as it is, there's always a price for something. So you listen to anything. But, yeah, I mean, other than guys that are clearly part of the – like Jamar Chase, who I said earlier, might be the best Cincinnati Bengal to ever play. It would take – a huge amount and then like DJ Turner is playing really well. I even like guys like Dax Hill at the current moment. Like I don't know. I don't know how it works in the front office. I've never been in a Bengals front office or when you're calling people around. About the extent that I've seen trades is the scene from Moneyball. So sans that, I don't know how often how they go about. So I just don't know if you're just calling up Howie Roseman and be like, you like any of our players? Need some help? And then you call the next guy. You like any of our players? They're available. We'll give you a good price, like a used car dealer. But
it's funny. I maybe I'm a bit of a loser for this, but there's a guy on social media that I watch somewhat regularly who is a deal negotiator for like car buying. So it's funny that you bring up that specifically, but like his whole thing is that competition drives, in his case, the price down, right? So he's buying a car, he wants competition. Well, same thing here. So to your point, Eagles, we know you want Trey Hendrickson. What are you going to give us to give for him? Hey, Niners, we know you want Trey Hendrickson. The Eagles are willing to give us this. What are you going to do?
right.
Hey, Eagles, Niners just said that they'd give us this. What are you going to do? You got to pin people against each other, see what you can get. And certainly I don't think that it would make any sense for Trey Hendrickson to be on this team moving forward. Obviously his injury complicates things a little bit, but
right. Someone put in the chat, 4th round pick for Trey at best, a half season rental for an injured 30-year-old. That's a fair. Yeah, that's more than fair.
It's a fair comment. I don't think the Bengals move him for a 4th round pick, but it's certainly understandable that would be what right. You would think. But I think I saw who was it? I just saw the asking price was a 3rd round pick. Shoot. I don't remember. There's somebody else out there who's also expected to be on the trading block that is they're looking for a 3rd round pick. So I understand the comment. It was the Dolphins looking for Jalen Phillips. They're looking for a 3rd round pick. So if Jalen Phillips can bring in a 3rd round pick, then certainly Trey Hendrickson can bring in more than that. So, all right, we got another super chat from Rhino Express. If the D wasn't hot garbage, the Bengals would be 6-3, and that is 100% accurate. Unfortunately, the Bengals D is in fact hot garbage, so that is a moot point at this point. A lot of people in the chat want to make sure that we acknowledge Cam Little just hit an NFL record 68-yard field goal for the Jaguars. So shout out to Cam Little. He's thrilled to celebrate other players right now.
What the heck happened on that Evan McPherson kick?
How did he come up so short on a 54-yarder?
54-yarder with like not a whole lot of wind. How did that? What happened there?
I don't know. I was wondering the same thing, man.
What? Shout out Joe Flacco. 470 yards, 4 touchdowns. Shout out to Joe, man.
Shout out to Joe. All right, we take a look at what's coming up. Obviously, the bye week is first, and we'll see what happens there. Reid and I certainly expect to be live at least one of the next 2 days as Bengals trade news happens. But make sure you tune in to Off the Bench Monday through Friday, 10 a to 11 a, and then the Stone Shield show from 11 to 12. They, as always, break down all of the latest Cincinnati sports news and breaking national news. Chatterbox Bengals will go live with any breaking news that happens over the next couple of days or beyond. So make sure you turn on your notifications, follow us on all the social media channels, do all those fun things to make sure that you don't miss out on any of the news that breaks over the next couple of days, if there is any. But the Bengals are back in action 2 weeks from today. They're going to Paycor Stadium in Pittsburgh for a Week 11 matchup with the Pittsburgh Steelers on Sunday, November 16th. That game is scheduled for 1 p.m. on CBS. But as always, you can catch us right here on Chatterbox YouTube and social media starting half an hour before kickoff. We'll have our Chatterbox pregame show, and then we'll have a live watch-along and a postgame show as well. Demetrius Knight Jr., Bengals linebacker, going up against T.J. Watt. The daunted linebacker for the Pittsburgh Steelers will be looking for revenge after a somewhat quiet game against the Bengals 2 weeks ago. So that'll be one to watch for sure. And that is, again, Sunday, November 16th after this Bengals bye week. Reid, any last thoughts on today, on the impending news that we expect in the next couple days, or on the Pittsburgh matchup in 2 weeks?
My final thoughts are for all my family members and friends. I'm sorry if I've embarrassed you on this live stream. And you can stop sending me the screenshot of me depressed on the corner of the screen. I've seen it. It's funny, but yeah. I got no words for you, Craig. I'm sorry. I wish I had more to say, but out of all these games that have just taken it out of me, doing the 4-hour watch along and then doing this post game show, that one just took so much energy in the final 10 minutes that I've just got nothing to say, man.
I can't believe it. I can't believe you've been live for 4 hours and don't have anything more to say. Couple quick notes before we wrap this one up. Around the AFC North, I think it's important for us to touch on this really quick. The Steelers, they end up beating the Indianapolis Colts 27-20. They're now 5-3 on the year. Colts dropped to 7-2. The Ravens obviously were winners on Thursday, 28-6 over the Miami Dolphins. The Cleveland Browns are on a bye this week. Bengals officially behind the Baltimore Ravens in the standings. Ravens at 3-5. Bengals at 3-6. The Ravens will play at the Minnesota Vikings next week while the Bengals are on their bye. So before we talk to you again for a post-game show, the Bengals could be a full game behind the Baltimore Ravens in the standings, which I guess is probably not a surprise to anybody. But again, Chatterbox Reds, Chatterbox Bengals, Chatterbox Bearcats, Chatterbox the Flying Lion podcast.
Flying Lion podcast going live next hour for the live stream for the Hell is Real Derby, trying to advance in the MLS playoffs. 6:30.
There you go. Make sure you like the stream if you haven't already. We sincerely appreciate you all joining us for this entire show. 10,000 views almost already on this. So appreciate you all tuning in, and we'll be sure to see you in 2 weeks against Pittsburgh, if not before. For Reid Maus, I'm Craig Sandlin. This has been Chatterbox Bengals with the weakest possible Who Day possible. Who Day.
Who Day!